want to break it down? No, that's our answer.
Quebecers vote for Canada, a resounding no to the idea of separation.
À la prochaine fois.
15 years later, the fires are rekindled. The passion rises again. Now Quebecers have chosen, and tonight a verdict is delivered on the future of Canada.
From CBC News, Quebec Referendum Night. In Montreal, here is Peter Mansbridge.
Well, good evening once again, or good afternoon if you're on the West Coast. Nervous, a little bit edgy? Well, you are not alone. The yes side, the no side, all Quebecers, all Canadians are nervous, and for good reason. There is nothing anyone can do now except wait for the ballots to be counted. And here's a scene of the counting, and it has already started. This polling station in the north end of Montreal is just one of almost 4,000 stations, voting stations across Quebec, where one by one the totals will mount and the fate of a country will be decided. Stay where you are and you'll witness a crucial night in the history of this country. We don't have to tell you very much about what the stakes are here. You know very well. We will be telling you tonight how Quebec voted and what that means for your future. And right by my side through it all here in the Old Windsor Hotel in downtown Montreal, the CBC's chief political correspondent, Jason Moskowitz. Jason.
In 1976, Peter, when the Parti Québécois won the government for the first time, the first separatist government, Maclean's magazine had a headline, and it was René Lévesque in this leather jacket and this shrugged look, and the caption was, "Quebec, what next?" The feeling over the last 10 days throughout the country is again that question, Quebec, what next? But also, Canada, what next? Those are the questions that will be answered tonight.
Well, for the record, here's the question that was on the ballot today. Do you agree that Quebec should become sovereign after having made a formal offer to Canada for a new economic and political partnership within the scope of the bill respecting the future of Quebec and of the agreement signed on June the 12th, 1995? Jason, a lot of early debate about the wording, but by the end of the campaign, people weren't looking at those words. They were looking at a much simpler question.
Clearly, at the beginning of the campaign, Prime Minister Chretien said that's not a clear question. It should be the question that Jacques Parizeau promised Quebecers. Do you want an independent country, yes or no? But towards the end of the campaign, it seemed that the Prime Minister defined the question himself when he said Quebecers know that this is about separation, and at one point he said, and a vote yes for separation is irreversible.
Well, we're expecting the counting of the votes very soon. In the next few moments, we should see some of the first results. Now, we've put CBC News reporters and cameras across Canada and throughout Quebec. We are, of course, at the Yes headquarters. Live pictures here now from the headquarters where Lucien, Bouchard, Jacques, Parizeau will be speaking later in the evening. We're also at the No headquarters, also here in Montreal. It's a nightclub in Montreal where the nervous tension exists there on the floor. But we're not just in Quebec. We're across the country. In Vancouver, we will be listening to people who have gathered with our Terry Malevsky in a coffee house there as they react to tonight's vote. In Toronto, a group of notable Canadians, among them Pierre Burton, Roberta Bonder, Veronica Tennant. In Halifax, Dalhousie University, students watching in a residence house there will be anxious to hear what they have to say as the results come in. That's just a small sample of our ability to reach out tonight. Of course, we've devoted a lot of energy to bringing in the vote count as quickly as possible and getting it out to you as clearly as possible. Here's the picture that will tell you the whole story tonight. And already we have the first results in. If you want to know nothing but who's winning, keep your eye on this. We'll have it up most of the night. It's from the northern Quebec riding of Ungava where, well, they said it was going to be a close race. This is only the first poll reporting tonight, one of 165 in the provincial riding of Ungava. You can't get much closer than that. 48 for the yes, 47 for the no. We will not draw any big conclusions from what we've seen from that particular poll. And over these next few minutes, as the first ones come in, you'll see a lot of bouncing back and forth on this board. We'll keep this graphic display up throughout the evening to give you a reading of the overall numbers. Who's ahead, yes or no? Now, when the results do start flowing in en masse, we can break them down to help us find out early trends in the voting and later on explain what happened. Here to help us with that is our Wendy Mesley. Wendy?
Thanks, Peter. As the early results come in, we will be watching for trends that should give us a good indication how the entire provincial vote is going to go. For example, there's a group of ridings where 95% of the voters are French-speaking. And we know if the yes side is going to win tonight, those ridings have to be voting yes by a good margin. So we'll be tracking them. We'll also keep an eye on the ridings that voted no in the 1980 referendum on sovereignty association. If the no side is holding most of that vote, it has a good chance of winning tonight. And it could all happen, as we're seeing, Peter, very quickly.
All right, Wendy, thanks very much. First result in, and once again, it's from the Northern Quebec riding of Ungava, very early. We will see a number of bounces back and forth in these numbers over the next 15 or 20 minutes before the big rush of votes comes in. So when you see this bounce back and forth, as it's just done once again here now, showing the no side well in command, remember what we're talking about, 0.1% of the votes in other words, 1/10 of 1% of the polls reporting. 5 million Quebecers will vote tonight, or at least are eligible to, and these results, the early ones, are based just on hundreds as opposed to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, as we'll see as the stakes rise during the evening. Now, everybody watching across the country, and a lot of interest, obviously, keen interest, anticipation in the nation's capital tonight. The CBC senior parliamentary editor, Don Newman, joins us from the foyer of the House of Commons on Parliament Hill. Don, the sense in Ottawa tonight and what's likely to happen as the evening progresses?
Well, a lot of nervous palms, obviously wet palms here in Ottawa. Peter, the Prime Minister, one of the Quebecers who can vote, so he did that today. He went to his hometown of Shawinigan. He was back in his office this afternoon working on his remarks for this evening. He was wearing a sweater and slacks and seemed to be in pretty good humor, according to his staff at least. Tonight he is out at 24 Sussex Drive. That is the Prime Minister's official residence. He is out there with Jean Pelletier, his principal secretary, Eddie Goldenberg, his senior advisor, and Aviva Hozak, who is his chief policy advisor. And they are closeted there with the Prime Minister and Aileen Chretien, the Prime Minister's wife, watching the results. When they have a sense of how things are going, and of course they'll be on the phone as well to the No people in Montreal, they'll come here to Parliament Hill and then into the building, right here through the foyer and up to the Prime Minister's office. He is not going to hold a press conference. He is going to speak to the nation from his office, as he did last Wednesday night, and we will get a sense of what he's going to say. He's going to wait until Daniel Johnson has spoken. He does not necessarily plan to wait until Jacques Parizeau and Lucien Bouchard have spoken, but the Prime Minister is going to speak. He's going to wait until Daniel Johnson has been on TV.
All right, Don, thanks very much. We'll get back to you later on during the evening as we expect those developments in the nation's capital. Total vote gives you those percentages of just over 50% for the no, just under 50% for the yes, 1/10 of 1% of the vote. This is one of the ridings, obviously, we'll be watching tonight. It's the home riding for the PQ leader, the Premier of Quebec, Jacques Parizeau. No polls reporting in from there yet. Total vote so far, as we based on that riding from Ungava, 48-47 in favor of the yes. But overall numbers still, you know, obviously very tight based on very little reporting so far. Expect to see these develop very rapidly over the next few minutes. Jason, one of the things we'll be watching as the evening progresses is how the Francophone vote splits. Over 80%, as Wendy said, of Quebecers are French-speaking, and for the yes side, they have to do extremely well in that number.
That's what we will be looking at tonight, to see the trend, to see if it is possible for the yes side to win. In ridings which are 95% French-speaking, the yes side needs 60% in those ridings. If it gets 60% in those ridings, there's a good chance that the yes side can win this evening. If the yes side can't do it in those French-speaking ridings, get that 60%, it would appear that the no side would win. That is one of the key trends that we'll be watching this evening.
Okay, well, we're a ways away yet from those trends, of course, but on the very early results so far, the yes side is ahead 58-42 roughly. Let's go to yes side headquarters, where the CBC's Tom Kennedy is standing by. And Tom, I guess there's some building up excitement at yes side headquarters, even based on these very early returns.
Well, that huge roar you just heard behind me, Peter, there's a giant screen just over here, and when the figures are coming in, they're going up on that screen. So people here are seeing them just as quickly as people at home are. Back at the beginning of this campaign, there was almost a hesitancy in the Yes organization to hold large demonstrations like this, simply because there goes another roar, some more figures, I expect. But at the beginning of the campaign, there just wasn't much enthusiasm. There was very little expectation that they could do well in this campaign. That has all changed. over the last couple of weeks, the people in this room and maybe 1 million or 2 sovereigntists around the province came to the conclusion that they have a chance. So there is a real sense of nerves and anticipation in this room tonight, which is full. There must be, I don't know, there are several thousand people in this room tonight.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. 58% yes, 42% no. Just to let you know, this is still very, very early going here, and the ridings we are hearing from so far, the provincial ridings, they are all ones expecting to deliver a yes vote, so nobody should draw any overall conclusions based on these very early returns. We're only talking of hundreds of votes counted so far. Yes ahead, 60-40, but the ridings that we're hearing from are ones that are traditionally yes side supporters. Let's go to the no side headquarters where the CBC's Terence McKenna is standing by. Terence, what can you offer us at this point?
Well, Peter, let me tell you a little story from the no headquarters here. You see behind me the no à la séparation. This was the one billboard they're using as a backboard here. It's been their message from the beginning of the campaign. They hit it and hit it and hit it. They were told it was too negative, that the other side was being positive and that they should be positive, but they stuck to that same billboard, the same message, and you can see it all over the room here tonight. Another thing that this room will tell you is that from the beginning, the Liberals have always booked very small rooms. They're terrified of having empty chairs. They're terrified of being caught out on that score. And so once again tonight, they booked a very small room. When you look around, there's only a couple of hundred militants here. Upstairs, there's room for the written press. Downstairs, there's lots of room for television and reporters, but really not a heck of a lot of room for militants. And that's consistent with their campaign. When you talk to the strategists for the last couple of days have been saying the polls are turning in their favor. They're going to win. They're giving us a very confident line, maybe between 53 and 57% of the vote. The pollsters who are doing those numbers don't seem to be as confident as the strategists are interpreting them. They're much more conservative. I talked to a senior aide to the Prime Minister here a little while ago. He says his head tells him he's going to win. In his stomach, he's very, very nervous.
All right, Terence, thank you. I think a lot of stomachs nervous in a lot of different parts of the country and a lot of different parts of this province tonight, and in this province on both sides of the issue. Here is the total vote so far. In other words, the number of votes that have been counted. As you can see, things starting to move along very quickly now. About 3,500 votes have been counted so far. The yes side ahead, 59-41 roughly. But we caution you, all the ridings that are reporting so far are outside of the city of Montreal, for one, and the major basis of the big no vote eventually will come from the west side of the island of Montreal, where we're talking hundreds of thousands of votes. So things will change considerably when ridings start reporting from the Montreal area as well. But there's no doubt at this point, 58-42 for the yes side gives you a very early indication based on trends from those ridings. In Chicoutimi, Quebec, right in the heart of the Lac Saint-Jean, the Saguenay region, which is the birthplace, if you will, certainly the heartbeat of the sovereignty movement, the numbers in that area will be significantly high for the yes side. And here in a taxi station in downtown Chicoutimi, some of the drivers don't have fares right at this hour, or inside watching the broadcast of one of the French language networks here in Quebec as they monitor the early returns coming in. 57-43 for the yes side at this moment. First Montreal results are starting to come in, and those will be very early indications of how things will look for the no side. 2-1 in favor of the no side from the very first result, but that is just one riding and a couple of polls reporting. Overall, 58-42, 57-43 in that range at this point for the yes side, but 0.2% of the polls. Now what we're saying there is 0.2% of the polls. So we've got a lot of counting to go yet, and certainly far too early to draw any big conclusions. Wendy Mesley is tracking things for us. Wendy.
Peter, as you've mentioned this evening already, one of the keys to the story tonight is what happens in the 52 ridings with more than 95% francophones. That is the key sovereignist core vote. Still very early returns tonight, but at the moment it seems that the yes has a very strong lead. This is the core sovereignist vote. The yes was expecting to do well, actually had to get at least 60% to come out above 50% in the end. Why? To counteract the strong no vote among Anglophones and ethnic voters in this province. It was, of course, the Francophones that Lucien Bouchard was appealing to in the final days of the campaign to say, be proud of yourself as a people and go out and vote yes. Very early indications so far tonight, but at least people outside of Montreal in Francophone ridings seem to have heeded that advice. Peter?
All right, Wendy, 59-41, roughly the split here, yes versus no. Keep in mind, most of the ridings having reported so far are outside of the Montreal area, and the big heavy no vote that is expected tonight will be coming in from the island of Montreal. So while this certainly looks good for the yes side right now, things can change dramatically and quickly over the next little while. So don't draw any conclusions, at least don't draw them yet. Let's go to Toronto, where Nancy Wilson is with us and has some special guests with her. Nancy?
That's right, Peter. A very interesting group of people. We have a number of what you'd call transplanted Quebecers, people who spent much of their early life in Quebec. It was home for them and for various reasons decided to leave. And we also have a group of Canadians who've either spent a lot of time in Quebec or have given this a lot of thought, written extensively, a lot of the familiar faces to you. I want to start with Ken Dryden because you fit both bills. You've been in Quebec, lived there, and you also have given this a lot of thought and written extensively. We've just had some of the early returns, seen a fairly nervous calm at the no headquarters and sort of jubilance at the yes headquarters. What are your thoughts right now?
Well, I think what everybody's are. I'm absolutely nervous here, as if a performance or a game was about to begin, but also realizing that things are beyond control. But I think also in terms of campaign headquarters, that's very predictable. I mean, it's the way that each campaign has been run. The We campaign has been run with great exuberance and imagination and with a sense of dream, whereas the No campaign has been very cautious, very defensive, and reflects itself.
You were at the Montreal Forum Saturday night, which must have been really interesting. Tell me about that, what you saw.
Well, I think the only thing that was symbolic of what was to come was the playing and the singing of O Canada, and whereas usually it's an exciting moment in the forum, it's not one where the crowd will really sing. And I purposely went up when we were standing in the standing room section and had the chance to look around and look over the crowd, and from beginning to end there was this incredible roar of music, of people standing, singing, and applauding as they were singing. But just as vividly you could see, and just as passionate and just as determined were the people beside them. And they were standing with mouths closed and with hands by their side. And this in huge area, 17,000 people, the noise, and just side by side you could see immediately the differences that were there.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks. And we will be talking to a number of people. Quickly before we go, Peter, I just want to introduce you to one of the transplanted Quebecers. Demir Andre, you're an actor-director and you lived in Quebec. You came from Yugoslavia.
That's right, I'm a Croatian by birth.
And you came, and interestingly enough, in 1976, you voted for the Parti Québécois. Why was that?
Well, I think growing up in Quebec at that time, you had to feel a sense of empathy for the French. They were absolutely the underdogs in their own province, and that has changed radically. But certainly at the time, I felt very good about voting for the Parti Québécois. And I think even tonight, the Quebec electorate is a very sophisticated electorate, and I am holding out for a 53-47 split for the no side. But I think they're going to get what they want. I think English Canada now has had their heart gripped, and I think they're going to go back and they say, give them the distinct status. Let them feel at ease. We want them to stay a part of Canada.
Okay, we'll hold on to the gripping thoughts, but thank you. And we will be talking to these people throughout the evening, of course, Peter, as we all watch anxiously.
All right, Nancy, thank you. 20 minutes since the polls have closed. Here is the early indication, 57% almost for the yes side, 43, a little over 43% for the no side. How many votes are we talking about? 0.3% of the polls, in other words, 0.3% of the polls. We're talking about 7,500 votes having been counted so far. The yes side with a nice lead here of roughly 14 points. But once again, may I continue to caution you, we have seen only one polling station reporting from the island of Montreal so far, where a significant amount of no strength is on the west side, also a significant amount of strength for the yes side on the east side of Montreal. Nevertheless, when those Montreal votes come in, we'll get a truer sense of what the trend line should point to in terms of overall tonight. So while these are very encouraging votes for the yes side, for the separatist, sovereignist side, it's very early going yet. Let's go to Halifax, where watching with interest in Dalhousie University, students and our Leslie McKinnon. Leslie?
Thanks, Peter. We're on the campus of Dalhousie University at Sheriff Hall, which is a student resident. There are about 50 students here. I think it's safe to say that they're pretty well 100% Federalists. They've almost been holding a little no rally here as we've been getting ready with holding flags. One of them is literally draped in a flag. Some of them have painted flags and fleur-de-lis on their faces. With me is Catherine Hanna, who's president of the Residents Association. Catherine, what would you say the mood has been here in the last couple of days among the students?
Everyone's feeling a little bit tense because we're worried about the outcome of the referendum. We all feel that we want a no vote because what makes Canada a great country is that it's so culturally diverse. And we need Quebec to be a country. We need Quebec to be Canada. And without Quebec, we're not Canada. We're the end, as Jean Chretien said, at the end of a dream.
I know you've talked to a lot of the students here in the last few days. How far do you think some of them or most of them would be willing to go in recognizing Quebec as a distinct society with the legalities that are attached to that?
Some students feel that they would go all the way, give Quebec whatever they want, whatever it takes to keep them. Others feel that you have to stop somewhere, but whatever needs to be done should be done because we should keep Quebec in Canada.
Okay, Catherine, thank you. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Leslie. We'll be going back, of course, to Halifax and elsewhere around the country, getting a sense of how Canadians from coast to coast to coast are thinking about tonight's results and how they're reacting to them. Here's an interesting result coming in from the Magdalen Islands, Ile de la Madeleine, in the middle of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The polls closed there an hour ago because it's on Atlantic time, same time as Halifax. And so there's a huge number of votes having already been counted from Ile de la Madeleine. In fact, in many ways, it's bouncing the overall numbers that we've got so far. But it's interesting because, Jason, as you well know, the Magdalen Islands have voted Liberal in the last provincial. They voted Liberal in the last federal. They're heading yes by, a slight margin tonight, which, some may consider a bellwether.
There's quite an English population. I say quite an English population. There isn't quite a population of very many people on the Magdalen Islands. However, there are English-speaking Quebecers that live there, and that would explain the no vote being in the 40s as it is, and it would also explain the election of Liberals in the last couple of elections.
All right, well, overall, 55-45, the split roughly right now in favor of the yes side. A lot of that, as we've just shown you, is based on the results coming out that have been counted an hour ago in the Magdalen Islands, just released in the last little while. But many ridings starting to report now. We're still fascinated with waiting to hear how the results come in from the island of Montreal, which should give us a truer sense of the overall trend for the evening. Wendy Mesley is watching trends. Wendy, what can you tell us now?
Peter, trying to figure out where the yes support is coming from so far this evening. A couple of surprises. We're going to look at the ridings, the 77 ridings that voted for the PQ in the last Quebec election. 53% voted for the government. 49% less than voted for the government are voting for the option. Very interesting. PQ ridings where the yes support is less strong than the no support. Even more surprising, let's look at the ridings, the 47 ridings that voted Liberal in the last Quebec election, and look at that. The yes is ahead in supposedly Liberal ridings where there is a much expected a much stronger no vote. So quite paradoxical. Supposed to be a change of about 10% for the yes side to win this referendum. More of the change is coming in traditional Liberal ridings than in PQ ridings. Peter?
All right, Wendy, 55-45 split with the yes ahead at this point. One of the possibilities on the slowness of the results coming in from the island of Montreal may well be the same thing that happened back in 1980. There were a lot of long lineups at the polling stations, and in some cases they held off the counting until everybody had their chance to vote, everyone who was in the line as of 8 o'clock. We haven't had that confirmed that's happened again this evening, but that is a possibility. We're waiting for the many votes, obviously, that are coming in from the island of Montreal before we make any big suggestions about trend lines tonight. But at this point, a little better than 55-45 lead for the yes side. A lot of people in the business community watching anxiously tonight, trying to make decisions about based what they'll do with the markets tomorrow on what happens tonight. At Montreal Stock Exchange tonight, the CBC's Sasha Petrosic is standing by. Sasha?
Hello, Peter. Just a few moments ago, the news that with the low numbers that we have so far, the low polls reporting the news that that in fact the yes side is ahead, flashed across the computer screens, and the dollar dropped. It dropped about 30 basis points, which puts it just over 73 cents right now. There was a lot of talk today among the people that I spoke to that in fact the world community has not factored in a yes vote, that it's still convinced that it's going to be a no, and that they're in for a rude surprise if that's the case, that the dollar will in fact drop significantly. They're expecting much less of an increase if in fact there's a no at the end of the night. All right, Sasha, thank you. We'll be back to you as the evening progresses. Obviously, nobody should be making any big investment decisions yet based on what we've seen so far, because as we've said all along, the race at this point in terms of percentage, 55-45 in favor of the yes. Vote-wise, we're only looking at 13,000 votes having been counted so far on a night where more than 5 million are eligible to vote. So let's be careful before we make any big decisions about what may happen. Jason, the central Quebec region, yes ahead 55-45. That's generally the numbers they were expecting, but I think they want to do better than that.
They probably have to do better than that, the yes side. When you look at central Quebec, this is the region between Montreal and Quebec City, the heart of French-speaking Quebec. In ridings such as those 11 in central Quebec, the yes side is looking for 60%, and there they are at 55%, 5 below what the yes side needs. Okay, well, that's one thing to keep in mind, just as we've been watching the different trends developing already. It's still very early, nothing firm to suggest quite yet, although the yes side does have a 10-point lead with 0.6% of the polls reporting. One of the major contributing factors for the no side on the island of Montreal will be the allophone vote. That is those Montrealers whose first language is neither French nor English, but who live here and who vote here, and many on the no side are assuming they will vote for them. Well, the CBC's Alison Smith is standing by in allophone country. Alison, what can you tell us?
Thanks very much, Peter. I'm here with Athanasios Hadjis, who's with the Hellenic Congress of Quebec. Mr. Hadjis, tell me, how's your stomach tonight?
It's turning a bit. I'm a bit worried, but I'm pretty hopeful.
What do you worry about?
Well, the outcome. I mean, I think that Quebec should stay within Canada, and I'm hopeful that the outcome will be a no. So.
The early results aren't pointing that direction, and we've emphasized many times that it is early results. But if it is close in one way, do you worry about the divisions?
Well, I'm hopeful that there won't be these kind of divisions. I'm hopeful that the population will just work forward to build a prosperous Quebec, and hopefully within Canada, and won't try to look for divisions, be they on ethnic or linguistic or gender lines and so on.
But aren't there signs of some of those divisions already there?
Some people bring them up, but I'm still not convinced that this is widespread within the population. I'm hopeful, at least, that it's not the case.
And how will you feel? What will you do if there is a yes victory tonight?
Well, I'll have to sit down and think about it, but I'll still be here tomorrow, and we're going to work together. I'm a Quebecer, and I'm going to stay as a Quebecer, but it will mean some serious problems as far as I'm concerned for Quebec.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Peter, there's still some nervousness here waiting for the results to come in, watching these first numbers very anxiously. All right, Alison, thank you. Nervousness there, nervousness on all sides still tonight, because it's very early yet, in spite of the fact that the yes side can take comfort in the fact that they have a 10, 11, almost a 12-point lead here. We're looking at roughly a 56-44 split bouncing around, but starting to set in around 55-45. But still, once again, Island of Montreal votes are not in yet, and in some areas that we're looking at where the sovereignist vote is expected to do well, as you said, Jason, in central Quebec, also a riding like Abitibi that we were just looking at, where the sovereignists are running about 65%. That sounds good, but it's not as good as they were hoping for, anywhere near in that. Let's remember that there are some ridings in the Montreal area where the no side will get 95%. And the other side of that is that there are some ridings on the yes side which usually go 85% yes. These are very, very strong Parti Québécois areas. The Abitibi is one of them. And at the present time in the Abitibi, the yes side is running at 65%, far away from the 80s. Okay.
Well, let's, while we've got the opportunity, go out to Vancouver, where, as you saw earlier, Terry Malewski standing by in a coffee house in downtown Vancouver, where a number of British Columbians have gathered to watch the results coming in. Terry, what can you tell us from there tonight?
Nervous British Columbians, Peter. Forget anything you ever heard about indifference or calm on the West Coast. It's anything but. We've got people here looking at the barometer, and one of them at least is horrified. Marianne McEwen is a writer here. Marianne, what do you mean horrified? Tell me.
I'm just, the 12% of the country can break the whole country apart. And the fact that the yes seem to be ahead of the game right now.
Peter, we've also got with us Mason Lowe, who's a lawyer here, the head of a Chinese business association called Success. I think he's calling his broker. Are you selling?
Well, actually, I've sold Canadian dollars because I wanted to send a message to the Quebecers what a yes vote means economically for the whole country, including Quebec.
So you are selling?
I have sold.
And right next to him, Peter, is Paul Isaacs, who's the one dissenter here, who's very calm. What are you calm about?
I think a house divided cannot stand. I think Alaska gets on very well, divided by a huge country. Hawaii gets on very well, divided by a huge ocean. I think we're going to be fine.
Well, that's one, but that's the only one we got, Peter. Karen McMillan is a financial planner whose clients are going to be a bit nervous when they hear her advice. What do you say, Karen?
Oh, actually, I'm not going to give advice right now. I think that I just hope with a yes vote they realize what they're doing, because there won't be opportunity to come back. We cannot have another referendum in 5 years.
Now, what do you mean by that? There won't be an opportunity to come back?
If there is a yes vote, then it probably will be a separation, and they will not have an opportunity.
You don't see any successful negotiation?
With a yes vote?
No way.
It's difficult to say, but unlikely.
And Dave Minikelo, who's a UBC student, is relatively optimistic, fair to say? How would you put it?
Well, it's still too early to say yet, but I'm hoping with all this outpouring of Canadian emotion this week, that'll carry forth regardless of whether it's a yes or no, and we can reestablish our nationalism.
All right, so one note of optimism here, Peter. We're still watching nervously, though. Back to you.
All right, Terry, thank you. 1.1% of polls reporting so far. It's starting to tighten up a little bit. 54% yes, 46% no. Total vote counted so far, I should say, a little over 20,000, 21,000 votes. Yes side with a lead of a couple of thousand. But once again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but the numbers are coming in very slowly from the island of Montreal. And as Jason and Wendy have pointed out, the big no side support is on the west side of Montreal, and we're talking big numbers. And when they do start to roll in, one would assume that this race will tighten up. The yes side support is doing well in areas that traditionally they should do well in, but the no side strength comes primarily based on the west side of Montreal, and we have very, very few results from that area yet. 1.2% of the polls, 54-46, roughly. As you can see, it's starting to tighten up a little bit as we speak. So we'll keep our eyes on that, and especially we'll be watching for the numbers coming in from the island of Montreal. While we're waiting for that, let's sit here on the island of Montreal and go to the east end of this city, which is clearly yes country, sovereignist country, and there's a party going on in the east end of Montreal. The CBC's Avril Benoit is there. Avril?
Peter, if you had any doubt about the partisanship of this crowd, you can see by the stamp on my hand, it says we. They're trying to put their stamp on the journalists here. This is a very confident crowd. They're here to actually launch a new record. There's a local band that's decided to choose this night, perhaps a historical night for them, to launch their new record. And if their side wins, well, maybe the record will be a success.
All right, Avril, thanks very much, and we'll look forward to going back there to see how things develop over the evening. Jason, looking at these numbers, as we said, yes side ahead, roughly, we're talking 53, 47, in that neighborhood, 6-7 point lead for the yes side. But the fact that there's nothing coming in from the island of Montreal, the fact that the yes side is perhaps not doing as well as they'd like to be doing in some ridings, could mean this is going to be very close, a lot closer than those numbers are suggesting.
The key figure there for the yes is the 53.4, and the fact that most of that comes from French-speaking Quebec, and they are not at the 60% in many of those ridings, and that is what they need to win tonight, and that is why we'll continue to watch French Quebec very closely, and the figure beside the word yes.
All right, that's we're looking at live pictures from the inside the No Side headquarters, which is in a discotheque here in downtown Montreal. If you were with us roughly a year ago for the provincial election at that point, the No Side headquarters was in this same building. They're cheering votes coming on the board there tonight. The overall numbers, of course, still showing the yes side ahead, but with those cautions that we were mentioning about where the vote hasn't been reported from tonight and where it has, and how well the yes side is doing in areas where they should do very well. Anyway, 53.5, 46.5, yes side ahead, 1.7% of the polls reporting. Let's go over to yes headquarters and a word from the CBC's Tom Kennedy. Tom?
Thanks, Peter. I'm here with Monique Simard, who's the Vice President of the Parti Québécois, and I'd like to get your reaction. What do you think of the figures so far? Are you surprised by the figures?
Well, they're good figures, but I want to remember people, it's the eastern part of Quebec, and the eastern part of Quebec has always been more favorable. So I think that I want to wait. I'm a bit superstitious. I want to wait to see everything. But of course, it's good figures for the yes side at this point. It's not unexpected.
Yet some of these areas where the votes are being counted, let's just have a look here. Okay, it's just gone down slightly. Some of these areas that are voting yes also vote Liberal. So again, did you expect, for example, in the Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands, you would do as well as apparently you have done?
Well, some of them voted sometimes for Liberal Party, but it was not essentially because there are nationals Liberal. And I think that at one point, some of them switched on the yes side. And this is important to say. It's not only the Parti Québécois members that are, supporting the yes. Strong nationalists that were, very saddened by the absence of possibility of making any change to the Constitution move to the yes side, especially with the new party that was formed by Mario Dumont.
There are many people in the country right now looking at these very early figures, saying they're very nervous about what's going on. Tell me, what do you think is the feeling of the people in this room right now?
Well, the feeling of the room, of course, is enthusiasm. People are happy. They're very, very, excited. But I can understand that the people that are looking at us from the rest of Canada are maybe a bit stunned, because I don't think that the Canadian political class did not prepare Canadians for this. But this is not unexpected. This is really the conclusion of a 5-year process. And I can understand that people are frustrated and maybe a bit mad and sad to see what's happening tonight. But I'm sorry, because it's not against Canada or against Canadians. It's for Quebec. And unfortunately, I think they were badly informed and badly led by the politicians in Canada.
Okay, we have to go back. Thanks very much. That was Monique Simard, Vice President of the Parti Québécois here, where there's a lot of enthusiasm here, Peter, with these early figures.
All right, Tom, thank you. We wonder, though, how much of that early enthusiasm is well-based. 52-48, it's starting to tighten up in No's favor as the votes for the No side are starting to come in. But perhaps more importantly, when you look at the total vote right now, 52-48 roughly, 35,000 plus for yes, 32,000 and a half roughly for no. The thing to keep in mind, once again, big no support still to come in from the island of Montreal, plus the yes side is not doing as well as they were hoping they would do in key areas where they need to ring up big numbers, because we're talking about island of Montreal west side ridings, as Jason pointed out, 90-95% likely to go no, where in these other areas, in the Saguenay, say, one of the, as we were describing as perhaps the heartbeat of the sovereignty movement, they're getting under 60% right now, and that's not good enough for the yes side. So it's a tight race. It's still early, but the figures would show the yes side in the lead at the moment, but there are indications that they may not be doing as well as they need to do if they're going to win overall on the evening. Wendy Mesley is watching trends like these for us. Wendy.
Peter, I guess the only place in Canada where results are analyzed along linguistic lines is here in Quebec, because people do tend to vote along language lines. And let's take a look at just how deep that division is. If you look right at the bottom, the Francophone vote, 59.2% voting yes. That is not quite the 60% threshold that they need to reach, but it's very close. It explains why the vote is so close tonight, because obviously the vast majority of people in this province are French-speaking. If If you go up a line, allophones, people whose mother tongue is other than English or French, almost 80% voting for the no. The yes side was hoping to make a breakthrough into that community. Bill 101 has been around for 20 years. A lot of their children have been educated in French, but not much of a breakthrough. No big surprise, the Anglophone vote tonight, over 90%, even stronger than it was in 1980. Bottom line, division still exists, and a very tight vote as every community follows its traditional voting patterns.
Well, all the pollsters said it was going to be close tonight, and it's certainly close at this point, with 3% of the polls reporting 53-47 split for the yes side. As Wendy showed you, the votes starting to come in from the west end of Montreal, big no support there. But the Francophone vote running around 59 to 60%. They have to keep it at that and possibly over that side for the yes side if they are going to win tonight. So it's a long way from over from these early indications. We're going to go to one of the main headquarters for the no side, Alliance Quebec, which is the English rights group. Bill Cameron from the CBC Morning News is standing by there. Bill, he was up very early this morning on the CBC Morning News, and he's still with us tonight. Bill?
And we'll be up early tomorrow morning as well, Peter. Thank you. Michael Hamloy is head of Alliance Quebec. This is like watching an arm wrestling match with the hands going back and forth just slightly. But what are you seeing in the numbers now?
Well, I think we're beginning to see a movement, certainly in the last 15 or 20 minutes, of the numbers towards the no side as we begin to move into the Montreal and the western part of Quebec. And we'll see how the trend continues at this point. But it is what we've expected early on, a very close race.
But the Francophone vote is going just under 60% for the yes. If they move that really only a couple of fractions of a percentage point, your side is again in trouble.
Well, again, we'll have to see how the results turn around, but I'm still fairly confident that we're going to see the Montreal and Western Quebec results come in and really make the change in the trend as the evening progresses. That's what we certainly hope.
Early in the campaign, some of the no forces were talking about crushing sovereignty in Quebec. Do you see any chance of that happening tonight?
Well, I think tonight clearly what we have is a vote that is really divided, and it is unfortunate to a degree to see. I'm still hoping for the no side to prevail as we get through the evening. But as far as I'm concerned, very, very clearly it's a close vote, and as you say, it's an arm tussle back and forth.
What's this ride been like for you over the last 4 weeks?
Well, I think it's been as it has been for all Quebecers. It's been certainly in the last couple of weeks one that tugs at the heart of all of us, and it affects all society in Quebec right now to be able to see us going through this type of debate. Did we really need it? That's the question.
And with the vote balanced at around the 50% mark for each side, how do you see the future at this point?
Well, I think it's a little too early in the evening for us to see this evening, let alone the future. So I think I'd like to see how this evening turns out, and then we'll have to see from there.
Thank you. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Bill. 53-47, roughly, with closing in on 5% of the polls reporting so far. What does that mean and translate into in total votes? As you can tell, the counting's starting to build up. More than 150,000 votes cast so far. The yes side with about a 10,000 vote margin, which gives them a 53-47 split. Jason, though, as we look, we continue to monitor a couple of key areas, and those are Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, for one, which is as we've described it, the heartbeat of the sovereignty movement. What do those figures tell us, aside from the fact that yes is ahead?
Well, this is the region of Quebec where the sovereignists have always been the strongest since 1970, when the Parti Québécois first came on the scene. And clearly at 63%, that's more than 60%, but it just isn't more than enough to show great strength in their stronghold. They are running at 63.7% in a place where one would suspect they would be well over 70 at this point.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch that vote continue to come along, and it'll also be interesting to see how the yes side is doing across the board on Francophone ridings. They're running at the moment roughly around 58%, which is right on the line, is it not, Jason, as to where they've got to be? They feel a lot more comfortable if it was up closer to the 60% figure if they're going to win overall tonight, the yes side percentage chunk of the Francophone vote.
Yes, and again, look at Montreal. wait until those ridings begin to come in with 95% no. That is why the balance goes so much the other way, and in some places it has to be more than 60%. Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean is a perfect example. That's why we just provided it. The fact is that in places such as those, they have to counterbalance the ridings from the Montreal area that will be 95% no. Heavy populated areas in the island of Montreal that will be 95% no.
Okay, well, those votes still being counted and being added to the totals, but under 53 for the yes, just over 47 for the no. The yes has remained in the lead almost from the first polls reporting tonight, but how long or will they stay in the lead? Well, that's still yet to be determined. Still, some key trends have to be analyzed before we would be in the position to project a winner on the evening. 6% of the polls reporting 53, 47 right on the nose. There are French-speaking Canadians, of course, outside of this province who are watching tonight's vote very closely and with a great deal of interest. And one of those areas is the Acadian population in New Brunswick. Cass Rusey joins us now from that province. Cass?
Thank you, Peter. And absolutely a lot of French-speaking Canadians outside of Quebec, a big chunk of them in New Brunswick. Most are Acadians. They make 1/3 of the population here. We've selected a very high-profiled group of Acadians here in Moncton who have a large stake in this referendum, watching it very closely. As a matter of fact, they're keeping charts of the results back in the '80 referendum. Maybe we can start very briefly. Denis Lausier, Acadian businessman, reaction to the results that we're seeing so far.
Well, I think it's surprising to see that the Francophone vote is not higher than that. We would have expected that the Francophone areas of Quebec would have supported the yes side with over 60%, but that's not what we're seeing now. Hopefully it's going to be a tendency that will be counterbalanced in the Montreal area.
So that must be perhaps a positive sign for you?
Well, I think I'm still very optimistic that the no will win with a very slim majority, but hopefully that's what we're looking at.
Let me go to Lise Ouellette, who is the president of the Acadian Society here in New Brunswick. I want to ask you, first of all, can you explain to the rest of Canada why it is that this one is so important to Acadians? Why are you watching this one so closely?
Well, it is extremely important for us indeed. Like if Quebec decided to go out of Canada, we would go down the Acadians and Francophones to about 5% of the population in Canada. So that gives us a good idea of what could happen.
Thank you very much, Lise Ouellette. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Cass, thank you. Under 52% now for the yes, just over 48% for the no. It's tightening up as we expected as the votes start to trickle in from the island of Montreal. In per capita terms, less votes having been reported so far from the island of Montreal than anywhere else in the province. And that is a very interesting consideration to keep in mind as you try to determine trends tonight. As we said, the pollsters, everyone saying this was going to be very close tonight. It couldn't get too much closer than this. Almost 52-48 as the evening continues. Let's go to No Side headquarters. Terry McKenna is with us. Terrence?
Peter, I'm with former Liberal member of the National Assembly, George Springate. George, based on the early returns you're seeing, how are you feeling about things tonight?
Troubling. In one sense, I'm somewhat happy that the vote doesn't show what it should for the yes side and traditionally strong French separatist ridings. But however, I'm also very troubled at the fact that in what I consider to be strong ridings for us, either they're very slow in coming in, the West Island and around, but they're not showing it. And every time I've looked up on that board, the separatists have gained and maintaining it. And that's troubling times. As a politician, former one, I don't like to see someone come in and continue to lead. It's going to be a very long night, nerve-tingling night, but hold on to your seat. We're in for quite a ride.
Peter, that's George Springate, former member of the National Assembly, still very nervous.
Yeah, okay, Terrence. Nervous is seems to be the key word on all sides tonight. 8.8% of the polls reporting. We're closing in on 10% of the polls. 51.8% for the yes, 48.2% for the no. Vote totals now over 300,000 on a night where as many as 5 million may vote. So keep that in mind in terms of the numbers you're looking at now. Very close, certainly too close to call at this point. Both sides taking some calm and caution in determining how they see these trends developing over the evening, but keep in mind, Island of Jason, your point.
Well, I was going to say that on the eastern tip of the island of Montreal, the eastern ridings, the French-speaking ridings, in fact, with the returns we have to date, the no side is ahead. And that would be another bad sign for the yes sign at this point in the evening.
Okay, but while we say bad sign for the yes side, they still in the lead. But as we're saying, watch it. Don't draw any conclusions yet. Still too early. With 10% of the polls reporting already, we're still waiting for that big chunk of votes to coming in from the island of Montreal. They're starting to add up to the totals right now, but still the crucial part is how will those votes split and what impact will it have on the overall numbers. 10% of polls reporting, still a little under, still roughly 52-48 in favor of the yes side. Well, you've been hearing our spin, if you will, on the numbers that we've witnessed so far. Let's hear the spin from the professional spinsters who are sitting downstairs with Dennis Trudeau. Dennis?
Thank you, Peter. Alain Gagnon is with us tonight. He's the director of Quebec Studies at McGill University, and he's watching 10% of the polls in and almost 52% of the yes. What do you make of it, Alain, at this point?
Well, what we see is that with 58.3% voting yes on the Francophone side, the chances are that the yes could win this. The only way to win this now would be to have a very high percentage of participation among the Francophone. And this, I think, would be played at the margin. It will be very tight, but there is a good chance that they will win it by a percentage point.
Now, how long do you think we're going to have to sit here tonight to watch this at this close?
It's a very long evening.
Thank you, Alain Gagnon. A long evening, a promise from this spinster down here. Alain Gagnon, thank you. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Dennis, thanks very much. 52-48. Things haven't changed too much while that spinning was going on. But Jason, once again, the point to keep in mind that areas of traditional heavy no support are the slowest to report tonight. It might be because they hadn't started counting as they kept some of those who were in line to vote, gave them an extra opportunity. But the areas of big no support, Montreal, or at least the west side of Montreal, and parts of the eastern townships, reporting very slowly tonight.
And again, the ballot boxes don't go away to be counted until the last person has voted. And if there were lines, people were given numbers past 8 o'clock and they were allowed to go in and vote, but that would explain why it is taking this much longer. And the other fact is that in a lot of polls in the countryside, there aren't a lot of votes to count. But in the city, where you have heavily populated areas, obviously there are a lot more votes and a lot more potential arguments as the people in the polling stations get to counting of the votes.
The other area of big no support is the Outaouais region, north of the city of Ottawa, of course, in the southwestern pocket of Quebec. It is awfully slow to report in terms of votes tonight as well. A very close race, a little under 52 for yes, a little over 48 for no. Wendy Mesley. Wendy?
Peter, I thought we'd take a look again at how people voted in 1980 and how they are voting tonight and how that's changed. We start with the ridings that voted yes, and we see that it's 63.5% of those people are voting yes again tonight. That's an increase of about 10% over 1980. Even more interesting, let's look now at the ridings that voted no in 1980 and how they're voting tonight. There are many more of these ridings, so it's much more important. They have a much more crucial influence on the vote tonight. And look at that. The yes tonight has about 50%, the no about 1% more. That explains why the results tonight are so tight. So if this trend continues, Peter, this is one of the major reasons to explain what is happening and why it's so close.
All right, well, close it is. At 52-48, it's starting to settle in at that number right now as we still await many ridings from Montreal, the eastern townships, the Outaouais. We'll see how that changes those numbers, if it changes them at all. Why do we so often talk about the island of Montreal? Well, let me try and show you this. And Jason, you can explain it to us in a very graphic way. Map of the province of Quebec, and let's zoom in, as we say, into the island of Montreal. This, first of all, in terms of the province of Quebec, gives you an indication in terms of the leading areas. The blue, obviously, the yes side. The red is the no side. Now, the island of Montreal, you've talked about the east-west split. This is the number of ridings that have reported already so far, with the no side well in the lead, about 2/3, 1/3, and the no side doing well, as you'd mentioned earlier, in some areas on the east end of Montreal.
That would be the surprise to yes organizers tonight as they look at that map. The right hand of the screen, in their mind, should have been practically all blue if the yes side were to come up on top this evening. And looking at that map at this stage of the evening, this must be scary business for organizers on the yes side. They could not have expected this result on the eastern side of the island of Montreal.
Okay, we want to keep in mind, though, those ridings start to get painted in with the color of the leading. It doesn't mean it's all being counted in those ridings. But as Jason points out already, suggestions that the yes side is doing well in some traditionally no side ridings. But you look at the overall number, 51.6% yes, 48.4% no, almost 15% of the polls reporting so far, which often could be a very firm indicator of the way things will go overall in the evening, but still we're dealing with some very scattered results across the island of Montreal, and we're not going to make any firm determinations on what may happen tonight until we have a much clearer indication of what's happening on the island of Montreal. But they said a close race, and well, they sure got it. Let's go up to Quebec City, where at Laval University, Fiona Downey is standing by with a number of students who are watching the results as they come in. Fiona?
Yes, this is a reading week here at the university, Peter, but there's still a tremendous amount of interest in the results. There's several dozen students here waiting to see the results, and among them there's some 33,000 students here on campus that go to Laval, to come from all across the province. And with me now are two students who voted on opposite sides of the issue. Claudine Couture-Trudel, you voted yes. Why do you believe in sovereign Quebec?
Well, I do believe Canada is a great country, but as it is right now, it's too centralized to be working out properly. And personally, I do not hope in the federal government to help Quebec out with all their different concerns that are coming from, to me, a distinct society, which is really present in Quebec. And for me, the best way to take our future in our hands is to give power back to provinces, to regions, and to me the best way to do that is to be sovereign as a nation and to control our political matters in our society from inside instead of having other people trying to control ourselves.
Okay, Pierre-Edouard Asselin, you voted no today. Why is that?
Well, I voted no because I still believe in Canada very much. I still believe that there can be solidarity between the both cultures that founded this country, and I believe that there is some changes in the horizons for Canada. And I cannot state one economic reason why we would renegotiate NAFTA, why we would put frontiers, why I think it's economically there is not one reason to go out of Canada.
Okay, thank you both. Two students here at Laval University in Quebec City. Obviously looking for very different outcomes tonight.
All right, Fiona, thank you. 51-49 in favor of the yes, with 17% of the polls reporting so far in total vote. This is what it looks like. The yes side with over 350,000 votes in their favor. The no side, almost 340,000. It was supposed to be close. It is close. It's very close. And these numbers, it starts to look, while we're far from suggesting which side will end up winning overall in terms of the evening, it is, Jason, getting into that particular zone of a close vote whether the yes side or the no side wins, we are into the area where crisis is the looming word in terms of what's going to happen next, one way or the other.
Well, certainly a close no victory does not solve the problem for the federal government, and Jacques Chretien, the Prime Minister, would be the first to recognize that. The federal government is keen on its agenda of fiscal reform and deficit cutting, and there is much concern in Ottawa that if it is a narrow no victory, that the agenda gets thrown off economics and goes to Quebec, Constitution, distinct society, constitutional veto, whatever else.
And if it's a close yes win, the debate comes over how legitimate it is, just over a 50% mark in favor of yes.
Again, all kinds of questions that the sovereignists would have to ask. The interesting thing about a narrow yes victory scenario is the fact that the onus would be on the Quebec government at that point to make the next step. Who does it want to talk to? What does it want to talk about? And let's not forget one other thing that the Quebec government has to be concerned about. The Quebec government has not governed for the last year preparing for this referendum, and economic problems have mounted in Quebec as well.
All right, live shot, aerial, City of Montreal, 51% yes, 49% no, with almost 1/5 of the polls reporting so far. Still too close to call. You saw the headlines all weekend, dead heat, the pollsters were saying. Well, that's what a dead heat looks like. 50.9% yes, 49.1% no. Still a long way to go before we make any firm projections on which side we think will win, but as Jason says, all kinds of interesting storylines depending on which side wins if it remains this close. Well, let's go to NO headquarters right now, NO headquarters, where Terence McKenna is standing by. Terence?
Peter, I'm with Marcel Cote, a senior advisor to the Federalist campaign and economist. Mr. Cote, what's your reaction to the results so far
I
tonight?
think the no is slowly gaining ground. It looks like it's going to be a narrow no win. I guess here the people very enthusiastic about it. What it means is definitely that I guess people in Quebec voted for change, but within Canada, and I guess this time around, there'll be some change which will prevent us from going through this traumatic experience another time.
What's your sense of how the financial community will be reacting to this vote?
The financial community was expecting a tight no vote, a no win, and I guess they're getting what they were expecting. So I don't expect much change tomorrow morning, except an easing of interest rate. I guess the dollar will go up a little bit, and we'll see that in the middle of the night on the London markets.
You think the financial markets were counting on a no?
They were counting on a no, yeah, a closed no. You wouldn't believe what would happen if it would be a yes. I mean, this is a yes is breaking new grounds, and nobody knew what to expect, so they would have just gone on the sideline. And when financial market go on the sideline, it creates turmoil.
An economist, Marcel Cote with the Federalist campaign. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Terence, thank you. 51-49 in favor of the yes. If no side organizers think they can fall over the top tonight, get that 50% plus number. The reason they be suggesting that at this point in the evening is still the slowness of the vote reporting from the island of Montreal. It is well behind the rest of the province, and of course the island of Montreal traditionally would vote in the no camp, and so big no numbers still expected. We'll see as things develop. Let's go down to Dennis Trudeau once again and some of the strategists from both the no and the yes side who are with him. Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Peter. One of the great things about cell phones in 1995 is that the strategists on this panel can phone their headquarters, and John Parizeau, the strategist for the no, has phoned his headquarters, and you have figured out where the vote has come from and where your vote hasn't been counted yet.
Well, exactly. I would say we're about 5 or 6% of the polls in the heavy areas of the West End of Montreal, actually all of Montreal, but specifically West End, where even the reporting has been slow, and the Outaouais. So what you're seeing right now is you're seeing a tightening of the original margin, which is continuing, but a lot of our major vote hasn't come out yet.
Why would you say that vote would be so slow in coming?
I have no idea. It's probably because there were long lineups and people were voting beyond 8 o'clock, and that's why it's been slower to count the vote. Plus, there was a lot of voting, like Jacques writing, there was a 10% polling, or at least vote, last weekend. The advanced polling. So you have to count that. So it's been slower to count because the turnout was probably over 95%.
Okay, thanks, John Parizeau. Back to you, Peter.
Right, Dennis, that is, of course, the point. If there are lots more votes coming in from the island of Montreal for no, these numbers could bump up in their favor. They are reporting much slower than the rest of the province, which is ironically, you wouldn't think that. You'd think that the numbers would come in quicker from Montreal than the outside of the second largest city, third largest city in the country, but that's not the way it's working. 51-49 yes on the East Island of Montreal. Now, go figure, Jason. How does that work out? The no side ahead, and the part of the province, or part of the city of Montreal, it's traditionally a yes side bastion.
It is a French-speaking part of Montreal. Those ridings, many of them are 95% French-speaking. And the yes side, and every organizer for the yes side knew before they began to count the ballots that in ridings such as those, the yes side needed near 60%, at least 60% in some cases, and the yes side's not there.
Well, that is the basis, of course, of optimism of no side organizers, because you see the flip side of the east side of the island is the west side. Over 77% for the no side in terms of votes counted so far on the west side of Montreal. Keeping in mind, once again, combined Montreal well behind the rest of the province in reporting tonight. If this kind of thing keeps up, we're dealing with so many votes on the island of Montreal that it makes the difference overall on the big number, the big yes-no number, and it would put the no side ahead. But it's still going to be awfully close, and it puts the no side, and especially the Prime Minister, if that's the way it ends up breaking overall in the evening, in that extremely awkward position of having just one.
And just one, and if he just wins, it means that in all likelihood there will be a French majority of Quebecers who voted yes. Now, this is a very sensitive issue here in Quebec. Everyone agrees that one Quebec vote is worth what another Quebec vote is worth. However, politically, it is not always the case. The sovereignists are still in power in Quebec, and one has to ask this question early on in the evening: should it happen that the no side wins, but there is a majority of French-speaking Quebecers who voted yes, what does the Quebec government do at that point? Does it use power to continue the referendum campaign in terms of getting more from the federal government, in terms of wearing down the rest of the country, in terms of trying to prove that Canada can't be governed under the present situation? And that is something that the sovereignist government in Quebec City would have to decide if it was a close no victory.
A quarter of the polls reporting 1 percentage point separating the yes and the no side. Yes ahead at this point. Let's go to yes headquarters. Tom Kennedy. Tom?
Peter, I'm standing by with Jean-François Lisée, who's a special advisor to Premier Jacques Parizeau and really one of the architects of the strategy of the yes side that got them to where they are tonight. Jean-François, it's very close. You can see the figures here now. Are you surprised by how close it is?
No, we're not surprised. We know it's been a very tough campaign, a very intense campaign. At the end, you saw the last public poll was 50-50, 50.0. We knew that we had some more work to do on the field. Everybody's been working until the very last minute. One of the things that strikes me very much is how important the vote has been today. We're talking about 88% participation. I mean,
is this to your advantage, a high turnout?
A high turnout should advantage us a little more because then it means that the young vote has come out more than usually. Usually we're stronger in the young vote, but the young vote doesn't come out as much.
You write many of Jacques Parizeau's speeches. Tell me, did you write 2 speeches for him tonight, one for the yes, one for the no?
Well, the speeches of Mr. Parizeau are his own. Of course, you will never get anyone to say that he's not being helped in many ways. Now tonight he's looking at the numbers as we all are. He's preparing his reaction. There's one where he'll be more comfortable, of course, reacting. But he's a man of state. We say around him that Quebec has a head of state before it has a state, and you'll see it whatever way it turns out tonight.
The last question, expectations are very high. They became very high during this campaign when you came up in the polls. Hypothetical question, but the polls are closed now. Tell me, what is the reaction of the sovereignty movement? What is the future of the sovereignty movement if it loses tonight?
The reaction, of the
sovereignty movement if it loses tonight?
Well, of course, you'll see people look at the difference between the results they had back in 1980 with a softer question and the result they had this time with a stronger question. It is clear that the notion of sovereignty will never die in Quebec. Will we be able to combine enough, again, the conditions that were combined now? That's an open question. But certainly there will be people who will fight very hard to reunite these conditions again, if, again, tonight it doesn't come across the 50% line.
Okay, thanks. That was Jean-François Lisée, advisor to Premier Jacques Parizeau. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Tom, thank you. 50.7% yes, 49.3% no. 30% of the polls reporting in total votes. Let's look at it now. The yes side just ahead of the no side by about 20,000 votes. The difference between yes and no, we are, as we've been saying for the last little while, awaiting results, more of them from the island of Montreal, which should tighten this race up even more. It couldn't get much tighter than this, but it will when those votes start coming in greater numbers from the island of Montreal. Wendy Mesley watching trends for us. Wendy.
Peter, back looking at the Francophone vote, which is obviously so key in this vote tonight. The yes is going to have to increase or maintain the level that it's at right now if it's going to deliver. It's got to deliver this core vote. Watch this line, that 58.7%. It's got to be a little bit higher than that if there's to be a comfortable victory for the yes. Let's just take one more example of one particular Francophone riding just outside of Quebec City called Portneuf. This is a riding that voted no in 1980. It is now voting yes by a small margin. There's about a 9% difference from 1980. It's up, but it may not be up enough to ensure a PQ or a yes victory tonight. So this explains why things are so close. They're close to that 60% in the Francophone vote, but not quite.
All right, Wendy, less than 1 percentage point separating the two sides now. Yes at just under 50.5, no just over 49.5. It is close. Let's go down to Hannah Gartner. Hannah and her panel of those watching the big picture, the national view on all this right now. Hannah?
And as I look at this thermometer, it's really a stunning demonstration of what's going on here, and I wonder how it's playing in living rooms across the country. I've been watching your blood pressure go up, Brian Tobin.
Well, I think the country is certainly engaged and certainly is aware in the most profound way possible of what a great debate has been occurring here in the province of Quebec. But let me say at this stage of the game, having lived through more excitement in the first 20 minutes than my first 4 campaigns, that I'm feeling not cocky but confident that we'll get a good result.
Earlier you were about to lose your dinner.
That's true. I confess it right here and now in front of you. This is still a very exciting evening and a very tense evening. And of course, looking at these results and realizing what the stakes are, we can be nothing else but extremely tense and somewhat concerned about what we saw earlier on.
And what's the number? What makes governing this country really messy, tenuous, and difficult?
Let me just say something here and now, that the problems of victory are infinitely preferable to the problems of defeat. And so when I hear people complaining about a federalist victory of X or Y or Z, I'll settle for a victory.
Peter?
Anna, thank you very much. 50.6, 49.4. 1.2% separating the two sides. At the yes side headquarters, the tension is mixed with the singing and the waving of the Quebec flag and the we signs evident obviously in the crowd. But as you can tell, everybody there on edge as well as the votes continue to come in. We've passed 1/3 of the polls and it's still looking, as we said, like a dead heat. That's the yes side headquarters. Over at no side headquarters, a lot more waving of the flags at this particular point. They're excited. Look at those numbers. No reason yet in the whole evening so far, 1 hour and 10 minutes since the polls closed. I can't recall a moment. There may have been one poll that showed the no side ahead. The yes side has been ahead for 1 hour and 10 minutes. The big expectation, of course, on the no side is that the numbers for no will bump up and put them into the lead once more votes are counted on the island of Montreal. They are behind the rest of the province in terms of the reporting of the counted ballots so far. Very, very close. Less than 1 percentage point separating the two sides. At no headquarters, Terence McKenna. Terence?
Peter, I'm with Michel Belanger, the president of the No campaign. Mr. Belanger, how are you feeling based on the early returns?
Well, it's quite an interesting campaign, an interesting seesaw that we're seeing now. Still remain confident.
They're saying, you know, the impression is that the PQ, the yes side is not quite as strong as they should be in the strongly francophone areas and in PQ ridings. Is that your impression?
Walking around the floor and going from one interview to another, I have a very vague idea of what's coming out on the results, but my impression is that the surrounding vote around Montreal is not as strong for the yes as had been expected. But this is based on looking at a few screens once in a while. It's not a very strong impression.
Your own gut instinct when you were coming in here tonight, you know, we were being told by a lot of federal strategists that you were looking at somewhere between 53 and 57%. Was that your feeling?
My feeling had been all along that it would be a tough campaign. It'd be a narrow, not a narrow victory, but a narrow window. And I still think that we can get a significant margin. We'll see later when everything is in.
Okay, Peter, back to you. Michel Belanger, president of the No campaign.
All right, Terence, it's been a long time since we've seen a vote this close. 50.6% yes, 49.4% no. Nobody calling anything yet in terms of a firm projection on who will win overall on the evening. The one thing is clear, though, it is going to be awfully close. A victory for one side or the other is going to be very, very close and will bring with it all kinds of questions. 812,000 votes cast in the yes side's favor, 794,000 plus on the no side's favor, 50.7 to 49.3. How are they doing in the ridings that are home base for the two main leaders here in the province of Quebec? L'Assomption, which is Jacques Parizeau's home riding, not surprisingly, about 2/3 of the vote, closing in on 2/3 of the vote in favor of the yes side. And for Daniel Johnson in his home riding of Vaudreuil, roughly a 60-40 split in favor of the no side. So no surprises in the home ridings for either Daniel Johnson or Jacques Parizeau. Let's go back to the yes side headquarters where Lynn Robson is standing by. Lynn?
Yes, I'm with Kathleen Bates, an organizer for the Sovereignist Youth, and everybody's been talking about the importance of the strategic voters. And certainly, Kathleen, youth are a very important element of winning the yes campaign. Are you confident now with the numbers so close that you were able to get the youth vote out?
I think we did get the youth vote out. I think the youth people in Quebec were very enthusiastic and dynamic about the fact and conscious about the fact that they had to go today to vote. And I think for the results we have to wait a little bit later in the evening. But I'm very confident, and I know that the majority of the young people in Quebec are for the sovereignty.
We talked a lot at the beginning of the campaign on the yes side. It seemed that there was a lack of passion, a lack of enthusiasm for the project. You're a very dynamic public speaker. We've seen you throughout the campaign. Do you think that you were able to light that fire, or that Mr. Bouchard perhaps was able to light the fire in you?
I think we did. We all did that job, if I can say. But we have to understand that now the young people, the sovereignty of Quebec for the young people, it's not only a passion, it's a conviction, a deep conviction. And whatever is the result tonight, people all across the country, Canada, have to understand that for the young people in Quebec, their country is still Quebec, and this conviction that Quebec have to become sovereign will still there.
That's it, Peter. So thank you very much.
All right, Lynn, thank you. 1 percentage point, a little more than 1 percentage point now, separating the yes side from the no side. More than 40% of the polls reporting so far. We still give you this continuous caution on the overall numbers that Montreal, for some reason, Greater Montreal, which is traditionally no-side territory, running at about 55-45 in the no-side favor, is well behind in the reporting of its vote tonight. And that is the assumption being made by no-side organizers, that overall on the evening they will fall over the 50% line. Yes will fall under it when those votes are counted at a greater rate. But we keep hearing that. Nevertheless, over the last half hour, there's been a trend starting to set in here with the yes side just over 50, the no side just under 50. Either way you cut it, it is extremely tight, and it ain't over yet. Let's go to Toronto. Nancy Wilson. Nancy.
Well, as you say, Peter, ever so close, which raises all sorts of questions and a number of dilemmas. Among the people watching events unfold is Pierre Burton.
Hi.
Mr. Burton, what are your thoughts as you watch something that really amounts to a cliffhanger?
I haven't had such a squeamishness since the Blue Jays ended the World Series.
Goodness gracious.
I don't know. I think it's going to. I think the most unfortunate thing is going to happen, that it's so close that everybody will claim victory, and we'll have years of negotiation. I mean, here is the yes side is really for separatism, but they haven't quite promised separatism. They've reassured the people that it's not separatism.
Yeah.
Now, what are they going to do? Are they going to, if they get a yes vote, are they going to forget all about that promise to the voters? Are they going to go straight for separatism, or are they going to ask for some form of sovereignty association?
Now, you took part in one of the no rallies that was held across Canada yesterday,
Yeah.
Gesture of Support in Toronto. Pretty moving experience for you.
It was extremely moving. I doubt that we changed any minds among the hardline voters in Quebec. What I think we did, however, was to underpin the feeling of solidarity among the non-Quebec people, which is what was needed. There was, for the first time in the last week, we've seen a lot of emotion from ordinary Canadians who insist that they really care about the country. It's not something they generally say out loud. And there's a feeling of unity because of these rallies, that now the rest of Canada feels united in a way that was never united before. And that's a small thing, but it's better than nothing, I guess.
All right, on that note, we'll leave it at that. But Pierre Burton, thanks very much. And Peter, that's just one of the many thoughts going across the people's mind with our spectators gallery here at the Broadcast Centre in Toronto.
Thank you, Nancy. 45% roughly of the polls reporting. This is about as close as no has been all night. 50.4 for yes, 49.6 for no in total vote. Almost a million now for the yes side, and approaching a million as well for the no side. Very close, 15,000 votes, just under, separating the two sides, and less than a percentage point between the two. This is going to go on for a while yet, awfully tight. Let's go down to Dennis Trudeau. Dennis?
Thank you, Peter. One of my guests tonight is Yves Fortier. He used to be Canadian ambassador at the United Nations. He's a lawyer in Montreal, and he's sitting on the edge of his seat tonight.
Yes, I am. I think you can cut the tension with a knife. I was reminded this weekend of one of Thomas Jefferson's quotes about democracy, that you have to trust the people. What we're seeing, this cliffhanger, an hour and 20 minutes into the counting, is the image of Quebec. It's the soul of Quebec, and I can't for the love of me bring myself to believe that we could build a country on that sort of division.
Well, one of our panelists with you right beside you is José Legault, and who has been on the yes side all along. And as you view that race, as tight as it is, although the yes has stayed ahead all along, what do you think about the prospects for the future?
Well, I think that depending on what the end result is tonight, whether it's a close no vote or a close yes vote.
But as you view what you see there tonight.
Well, it's just too early to call. But if it's a close yes, then I think the mandate is very clear, and the government will proceed, and we'll see how the federal government will react. But what we're seeing now, the important part, if this keeps up, is a 58% francophone for the yes. If in the Montreal area it remains as strong as it is right now, and we do end up at the end of the evening with that block of people, that's a very important vote. It doesn't mean that the Anglophone and the Allophone votes are not important, but it means that...
What do you do with that? What could you possibly do with that?
It means that if you have a close no vote, you've got a serious legitimacy problem in this country. And you've got a serious problem with the federal system, and the federal government's going to have to put something on the table.
John, you have a serious legitimacy vote if you have a very close yes vote, because yes wants to rupture, wants to break up the country. No, it's an opportunity for change. So the choice really is between crisis and change. I think a no vote, no matter what the result is still a legitimate vote. And I take strong issue to the Francophone, Anglophone division, because when you're talking about the breakup of a country, every vote is equal. Every vote counts.
I'm not saying that every vote isn't equal. That's not what I'm saying, John. But I'm saying that we have to, all the analysis has to be done. And everybody will respect the end result. It's fine. It's fine. You know, but it means that also, if the Anglophone vote is legitimate, so is the Francophone one, and it means that that there will be a very strong political message in that.
But the mandate that you're getting, that you're interpreting, if you have a very close yes vote, is one to actually break up, rupture the country, and build a new country on a divided population. What we're saying is that if it's a tight no vote, you have an opportunity to build on what you have.
This is a scary discussion.
Alain Gagnon, crisis, change,
I don't
Thomas
want to
Jefferson.
go on the same line, but it seems to me that the ballot box syndrome has not been felt whatsoever. This is quite important to notice that people were...
Okay, well, it's a bit early.
People were saying that there was a panic win, and
we have to cut you off, Alain Gagnon, because we're going back to Peter Mansbridge now with half the polls reporting. Back to you, Peter.
Well, you're right, Dennis. More than half the polls reporting now, 50.5% of them, and you're still looking at that extremely close race, 1 percentage point less than that separating the two sides. The province of Quebec zeroing in now onto the island of Montreal in a moment. That's the way it looks in terms of leading. Geography-wise, the yes side way ahead, but of course the big votes are counted on this island, and this tells a story of a no side doing extremely well in areas that are traditionally yes side support. In other words, Jason, the east end of Montreal. So this is good news for the no side. It hasn't translated yet in terms of the overall number to put them into the lead, but if this trend continues with slow reporting on the island of Montreal, and we are told that the reason, as we expected a little while ago, was that there were so many people still in line. They kept the polling stations open a little bit longer, and that's why the reporting has been coming in later. But you know, you look at those numbers and you say it's got to be only a moment away from the no side going over the 50-point mark.
What's important to keep in mind on the island of Montreal, this obviously is the heavy population area, and only 40% of the polls have reported. There are still a lot of votes to be counted from the West Island of Montreal, and 60% of the polls, we're talking big numbers. Big number of yes votes still to come. No votes, excuse me.
No votes still to come, but what it does to the overall no total, as we've suggested throughout the evening, and has been suggested on at least some side of the panel, a yes side over 50% is no doubt a victory for the sovereigntist side. You can qualify the extent of the victory, but a no side just over 50%. It could lead to a virtual chaos, as even Pierre Perton was suggesting, in terms of a continuing debate.
And you certainly have to remember where the Federalists started. The Federalists started this campaign believing that they'd score between 58 and 60%, so to come through with a very narrow victory, if that's the way it turns out, clearly that is not what Jean Chretien had in mind when this campaign began a month ago.
And looking at those numbers and looking at the no side headquarters where the flags are flying and the cheering continues, the expectation clearly there is that with more and more votes starting to pile in from the island of Montreal, that no side number will go up. This is as close as we've seen it all night. Awfully close. My math is failing me here, but somewhere under 0.4% difference between the two sides. As close as it's been, we're almost technically at the dead heat section here now. Very close, 50.12 yes, 49.88% no. So lots more to tell in this story as the evening goes. And you saw Terence McKenna talking to Jean-Francois Lisée, or was it Tom Kennedy, sorry, talking to him, wondering which speech would be used by the leader of the yes forces, Jacques Parizeau, tonight. One is assuming that all the leaders here tonight have two sets of speeches in their breast pocket, one for a yes victory, one for a no victory, and nobody's pulling anything out of their pocket yet in terms of which speech they'll go. Very quiet scene at the yes side headquarters as the gap continues to narrow, while over at no side, as you saw, a lot of celebrations going on, but that's the scene at no side headquarters. But with these kind of numbers, it is going to be so close just to fall over the 50-point mark for one side or the other. Jason, your point?
It just creeps up by the second as you watch. It's just 0.1% by the second. Again, the island of Montreal, the key to this, but for the sovereignists, if it is a narrow no victory, the sovereignists have basically won this campaign, and there's no question about this. And in politics, people always talk about moral victories, but this is more than a moral victory. The sovereignists began this campaign. Everybody said that there was no way in the world they could win it. You know this famous expression in Canadian politics, the roll of the dice when it comes to constitutional matters? Jacques Parizeau, when he called this referendum, he rolled the dice because it didn't look as if he could win it. Here he is, a nose-to-nose race right up to this point, a clear majority of French-speaking Quebecers. There's a third speech, and that is, I didn't win, but I almost won.
Okay, and that's the, winning the campaign, losing the actual vote, but losing it in such a close race that it may be considered a win on your side anyway. Nevertheless, 50.15 yes, 49.85 no. We keep expecting the no side to bump in front of the yes side with those votes starting to come in now at a faster rate from the island of Montreal, but that's what we've been saying for half an hour. It hasn't happened yet. It may be on the verge of happening. We continue to watch. Let's go to Ottawa, where the tension, one assumes, is just as high as it is here on both sides of this issue. The CBC senior parliamentary editor, Don Newman, in Ottawa. Don, anyone saying anything yet?
No, Peter, and I think what we're going to know from these numbers is we're not going to see the Prime Minister for a while. He is not here on Parliament Hill. He is out at his home at 24 Sussex Drive, behind that door, closeted now with his closest advisors. They know that they're not going to get that 55%, which was their high-end figure, but they still think that they may be able to fall over the top. The reality is, though, Peter, we were talking about speeches. They were preparing speeches this afternoon for the Prime Minister to give. He will come here to Parliament Hill and go to his office and give a speech to the nation. They were hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. And what they're going to say, I think, probably with these numbers, even if they hold this way, even if the yes side stays very narrowly ahead, the Prime Minister is going to say the country isn't over yet. He's not going to... Remember, there was that question in the House of Commons. Is 50% plus one a victory? Is it all over at 50% plus one? He said at that point, you don't break up the country over one vote. And I'm sure tonight these numbers are going to be so close that even if the yes does prevail in the final count, it's going to be so close, he's going to say the same thing. You don't break up the country over a vote this close. On the other hand, obviously Jacques Parizeau will be claiming the victory and wanting to go ahead and negotiate. It's going to be very, very tight indeed tonight, and it's going to be very, very tight indeed no matter who wins, as you were pointing out, for the foreseeable future.
All right, 60%, Don, thanks very much. 60% of the polls reporting so far. And look at that, 0.26 of 1 percentage point separating the two sides. With 60% of the polls, this is what it looks like in actual votes. 1,337,895 for yes, and about 7,000 votes less at this point for the no side. And as we keep saying, we expect the no side to creep up and go over the top here in terms of the 50% mark, those Montreal votes coming in. It hasn't happened yet. We're watching, and we'll see as it does, but it's been quite some time that the yes side has just had this little edge over the no side. 60% of the polls reporting. Let's hear some more discussion about what impact this vote has, so close, whether one side or the other wins, the impact it's going to have on the country as a whole. Hannah Gartner. Hannah.
Thank you, Bob Ray. Can you call winner, loser? Does the country lose with this kind of a split?
Well, I must say, I look at this a little differently perhaps than some people. I mean, I was very affected by the number of people who said they were voting yes, still believing that Canada would stay together, still believing they would send their MPs to Ottawa, still believing that they would be part of Canada, but that they wanted to increase the negotiating strength of Quebec. So I look at the numbers perhaps a little differently. I see a substantial number of people who are voting no because they want change within the country. I see a substantial number of people who are voting yes, who still believe that Canada should continue to work and that they want increased powers for Quebec and they want a better deal for Quebec, but they want to stay within the country. And, you know, having been at Meech and having been at Charlottetown, this is not unfamiliar territory. I'm afraid it's kind of familiar. The politicians we were told by the public, I guess, in Charlottetown to go away and we'll see you another day. And I hate to tell people, but I mean, we didn't resolve this question. Twice we didn't resolve it, and now it's very clear that we're going to have to find ways, practical ways, in terms of the administration of the country. And I think that some process is going to have to be found whereby we begin to look at this thing and say, how can we deal with this question in a positive spirit? I think the message is very clear. The result is close. Whatever happens, the result is close. I think what you have a mandate for, given the numbers that are there, you have a mandate for change. And the question will be, how do we define that change? How do we determine what it is? And let's set up a constructive process that allows to do it. I still believe that a majority of the people in Quebec want to keep Canada. I still believe that. I haven't seen anything in any poll that tells me that you've got 50% plus whatever number of the people of Quebec want actually to separate from the rest of Canada. I don't believe that's true.
Bob Ray, thank you. Peter.
Thank you, Hannah. Almost 1/3 of the polls reporting so far, and we're still in this dead heat, and yes, just a nose ahead of the no side. Joining us from Regina now, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Roy Romanow. Premier Romanow, you've been at this constitutional game for a long time. You ever think you see a result coming in like this?
Well, no, I didn't. It's obviously a very close result. I think Bob Ray has identified it. There's a strong impulse for change, probably on the yes side, obviously, and on the no side, too. And that is going to be the order of the business tomorrow and in the days and the weeks ahead.
So is the country's agenda turning back now to this issue at the cost of any other?
Well, I hope it's not at the cost of any other, because clearly we have to worry about jobs and the economy. But the reality is that with this kind of an expression of opinion, this is a chance for the no side, which I think is on the ascendancy in this referendum night and will win, a chance to do it right this time round. It's not going to be easy, and none of us looks forward to constitutional negotiations. I'm not even advocating that. I think there may be administrative and other arrangements that can do the job. But if the result turns out to be no, I think it'll be a clear message for us to get on with it. And I think the fact in the last 4 or 5 days we saw so many Canadians coming to Montreal and in their own individual communities saying, look, let's solve this problem, is probably enough impetus, enough of a push on the politicians to make sure that it's done and done relatively quickly. I mean done in the sense of making the appropriate accommodations in order to ease this concern.
Premier, I hate to interrupt you in the mid-thought, but we're looking at those numbers, and it's the, well, it went back and forth. There was a dead heat there for a moment. 50-50. Yes side still ahead, though, but we're talking very few votes. And as you were suggesting and others have, as the votes continue to come in from the island of Montreal, it is likely to push that no side ahead. In terms of immediacy, in terms of what has to happen immediately, not only from the scene in Ottawa, but from the provincial capitals, what's the message that has to go out tomorrow?
I think the message has to go out that Canada is still Canada. There are institutions, there are constitutional authorities, the Prime Minister is still the Prime Minister, that we are stable, we are going to honor our financial commitments and obligations to the world and to the investors, and that we're going to, because we're a civilized, decent, highly democratized country, find the appropriate solutions. I think we need to get the First Ministers together. I'm waiting for the Prime Minister to speak in this regard. And given the current mood of the public, which I think is one which is much more charitable to constitutional and administrative change, proceed with that task. I guess the big cheer shows that it's probably over 50 for the no.
Yeah, but still, you know as well as I do, it is just over 50% for the no, and it's starting to look like that may be the result coming in over in terms of the end of the evening, a small no victory. But when you say the message has to go out that we're stable, can the rest of the world look at this country and say it is stable with a result this close in 15 years, a 20-point majority for a united Canada reduced to what may be a 1 or 2% majority for that? Is that a sign of stability?
I think that people see Canadians and Canada traditionally as being stable to begin with, and that's going to help us. Secondly, what we do in the days that follow tonight will further buttress this point of view. The Prime Minister's statement, I don't know what it'll be, but I'm sure it'll be a calming and a reassuring statement. And in our actions in the days and weeks that follow, if we act as civilized, decent people who respect each other and respect the positions, I don't think that the world will see us in any other light except that which we have been, a very rational, calm community which solves its problems in the proper fashion. It's not going to be easy. I don't pretend that it's going to be easy, but I do think that this is what the result will dictate us to do. It'll mandate us to do. And as a consequence, I don't anticipate any major fiscal or financial difficulties. And now we've got to get on with the task of building this country and putting the issue behind us once and for all.
All right, Premier Romano, we do appreciate your time tonight. Thanks very much for giving us your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much.
Roy Romano joining us tonight from the province of Saskatchewan and in Regina. 50-50 is the split right now. Let's look at it in terms of actual votes. Slightly ahead for the no side. When you look at total vote, this is going to be incredibly close as the computer punches it up. Look at this. Could it be any closer? 1.5 million plus for the no side, 1.5 million plus for the yes side. Dead heat in percentage terms, slightly ahead in actual vote numbers for the no side. Jason, your point?
I was going to say, Peter, it was brought up earlier that the Prime Minister at the beginning of the campaign, he said he wouldn't accept 50% plus 1. He said that wouldn't be enough to divide a country. And at the time, everybody thought that this was just an academic argument, that he was just putting this forward. But clearly, no one at the time a month ago could have ever have imagined that we would be in a position where it's 50-50 at this point in the evening, with 60% of the polls having reported. Again, I go back to the House of Commons that day. I heard the Prime Minister say that, as did everybody, and at the time, it just seemed like an academic argument.
We'd suggest here with 70% of the polls reporting and just over 50% for no, just under 50% for yes, that the island of Montreal still lagging somewhat behind the other areas of the province, but it's picked up its vote reporting obviously considerably. But it's starting to head towards that a no side victory in numbers, but in terms of consequences, as Jason's pointing out, we're in for some very interesting speeches, obviously, later on this evening, but some unpredictable actions on the part of all the players in this debate in the days immediately following.
I can recall in 1980 René Lévesque's speech the night of the defeat, and he said to Quebecers, "It's obvious that we're still a very divided society." And 15 years later, to see it so much more divided than it was in 1980, that's the result from one referendum campaign to the next.
8 years ago this week, René Lévesque died, and the massive funeral service that took place in Quebec City in early November of 1987, attended by so many of the people on both sides of this debate who are in both of these rooms tonight. The no side headquarters apparently feeling they're on the verge of victory tonight, and on the yes side we saw leaders from both sides of the constitutional debate there at that funeral service. An irony in a sense that we're coming in on the anniversary of his death, and numbers that clearly will be a huge boost to the sovereigntist side, in spite of the fact that they may well, on the end of the evening, have lost this by a squeaker.
Going back to that speech again in 1980, the speech in which he told Quebecers, "I'm sure that there's going to be another rendezvous with history," he said, "another referendum. But as of tonight," he said, May 20th, 1980, "I don't know how and I don't know when." And it's hard to imagine that René Lévesque could ever have envisioned what we're seeing tonight.
Just over 50% for the no, with over 70% of the polls reporting. We still not have officially projected a winner on the evening, obviously, with the numbers that close. But there are indications, as we've been sort of suggesting for most of the past hour, the way the vote was coming in and being reported tonight, that it could well end up just in favor of the no side. But it's going to be such a small victory one way or the other that it is going to lead to some very, very difficult days ahead. And, you know, Jason, people tend not to talk about it too much. We've mentioned it a couple of times tonight, but the difficulty for this province, the Francophone majority, over 80% of the people in this province, French-speaking, they have clearly voted in favor of the yes side tonight by numbers somewhere around 58, 59%. Yet that is the only majority they've got tonight. More than likely, if this vote continues, the trend continues the way we're looking at it, they're going to lose overall on the evening, and there will be, no doubt about it, certain tensions are prompted by that kind of a result.
For a lot of Quebecers, this would be the worst-case scenario. The no side winning a very narrow victory with a vast majority of French-speaking Quebecers having voted yes. Tension, social tension, all these things are possible. In the past, cooler heads usually prevail. In 1980, certainly the next day, the day after the referendum, life went on in Quebec. It wasn't nearly as close as it is now. There will have to be a great deal of understanding and a great deal of reaching out to people to overcome what could be a lot of bitterness for many Quebecers on the yes side when this night is over.
It's incredible looking at these two pictures that we're seeing on the screen. The no side headquarters in apparent victory celebration, although as you can tell these numbers very tight, but the expectation that it's going to continue to sort of nod in no's favor. But as you said, you know, in this campaign where only 2 weeks ago they expected to win by at least 10 points and perhaps more, the yes side, the silence of those pictures, the sense that they were so close to a numeric majority here, may still make it, but silence and just a stunning shot of people looking up at the big tote board in their headquarters.
The yes people in the last week of the campaign, Tom Kennedy said this, other people said it, you just had this sense that they felt they were almost there, but they just weren't sure if they were going to get over the top. And the other side, the no side, that's the side that had all the confidence. Even this weekend, one could perhaps say overconfidence, that magic in the ballot box is what no people described it as, that in the end they thought that a lot of Quebecers who said they would vote yes, that they would change their minds in good numbers. And the range the no side was talking about this evening was 53 to 57. Now, they may hit the bottom of that range, they may just make it, but clearly it would be the bottom, not anywhere near the top. And one would have to say, at this stage of the evening, this is a messy victory for the no side if it turns out to be this narrow victory in the low 50s. Their expectations were so much higher. It is a question again of the government's agenda, the fiscal agenda it wanted to stick to. So many questions Jean Chretien's government will have to face with a narrow no victory.
I want to get a sense of the mood of these two beyond the pictures we're looking at the yes side headquarters, much more subdued than the no side. Tom Kennedy standing by. Tom, your sense there?
Well, Peter, it's a roar just went up. I suppose there was a slight climb in the figures for the yes, but it is really nail-biting time. Every now and then the reporters coming here from several countries asking me, has the desk called it yet? How is it going? And I have to keep telling them, no, not yet. It's just too close to call. So it's very, very tense. And if you look back at the provincial election when the Parti Québécois got only just 44% of the popular vote, who would have thought a year ago that we're in this position? And who would have thought that the Parti Québécois still right now may have a shot at this? And I think Jacques Parizeau, did he just come in the room? I think they're cheering Jacques Parizeau. Has he showed up?
Well, he's either shown up or they have him up on one of the big monitors there.
That's probably it, Peter, but very, very close. And as I said, everyone is biting nails, and you can almost tell from the sound of the crowd how the figures are going. But there's a slight rise on the yes side, a huge roar, and then subdued silence. And it's been fairly quiet here for the last half hour as the no side started picking up.
All right, Tom, let's get the contrast to that, where there's been a lot of noise at the no side headquarters with Terence McKenna standing by. Terence?
Peter, you can just see the atmosphere in this place is unbelievable. With every 1/10 of 1% that the no side goes up, the temperature in this room goes up, the decibel level in this room goes up. They start chanting Canada, Canada. I think these people have had a near-death experience, and it is really doubling the effect of the emotional effect of a potential victory they now feel they have within their grasp here tonight.
All right, but the one thing the picture says to me, Jason, when you look at that, the stunning look on the faces of the yes side, so close but not there, at least not yet, and maybe not on the evening. The sense of relief on the no side that they think they've got it, but just because the numbers are so close, it's such a graphic display of the division that exists in this province to go that close. And you see it geographically too. It's the island of Montreal that's putting the no side over the top. Only in the Outaouais, the only other region in the whole province that's voting no tonight. Everywhere else is voting yes. This is a very bitterly divided and polarized province.
And let's make the point that the province has never been as divided as it is this evening. And that is the key to this evening, the fact that it has come out so much in the open, just how divided Quebec society is. And certainly in terms of the French-speaking majority in this province, they won just about every riding in the province. We don't have an exact figure yet, but clearly as they're coming in, the French-speaking majority won just about every riding in the province of Quebec this year.
50.23% for no, 49.77% for yes, and that's with more than 3/4 of the polls reporting. The polls have been closed, most of them anyway, for coming up on 2 hours soon. As we said, some of them stayed open because of the extra number of people who were still waiting to vote when they were due to close at 8 o'clock, and the polls were kept open, and the counting was stopped until everybody had finished voting in some ridings in Montreal. But the no side ahead of the yes side by about a half a percentage point, with still more than 1/5 of the polls to come in. The sense is, though, that the no side will hold on to this very slight lead, although we have not projected a winner in numeric terms on the evening. Given a vote this close, it will really sound odd declaring one side a victor over the other if it's this close. It's certainly, as you can see in these numbers, 16,000 votes separating the no side from the yes side, with the no side in the lead. We are in for a lot more discussion of this issue, and Jason, many more ways this story is going to play out, not only in the hours of this evening, but clearly in the days, weeks, months, years ahead.
Well, it begins tomorrow with a caucus meeting of Jean Chrétien's Liberals in Ottawa, and then there's a cabinet meeting Funny thing about the cabinet meeting is that originally it was to discuss economic matters. The government had hoped after this referendum campaign to have a cabinet meeting right away and get back to the agenda. And it's an example of the difficulty the government will have in getting back to the agenda. And Peter, when we talk about the agenda, we should raise another point here, the economy of this country. Paul Martin, that famous term, come hell or high water, we will reach our targets. What happens now if the Canadian dollar goes down, if interest rates go up, if the deficit projections are off, and the government is preoccupied, once again, as other governments before this one were, with the province of Quebec and not the economy? That's the dilemma facing this government now.
Let's go down. Here's some more thoughts on this story as it continues to develop and gives a slight lead to the no side at this point, with coming up on almost 80% of the polls. Once again, here's Dennis Trudeau. Dennis?
Thank you, Peter. While we were looking at the shots, the two shots from the yes and no headquarters, where we saw the no cheering and waving flags, well, the no supporters on this panel weren't cheering. They actually looked pretty glum. Yves Fortier, I guess, what do you think about living in a province that's voted so close, divided like that?
You know, like there is this Chinese saying, we do live in interesting times.
Oh boy, more interesting constitutional debates.
You know, it's not the first time that Quebec society has been divided in elections. When you know, we've often talked about the gros bon sens, the great common sense of the Quebec voter. Remember, in the 50s, federally he was voting for Saint-Laurent, provincially he was voting for Duplessis.
But an election is one thing. This is a referendum on a question, a fundamental question that's split down the middle. How do you like living in a province?
But this is the Quebec voter. Whether it's remember 1993, the federal election. The Bloc Québécois did not get 50% of the votes. Remember the provincial election last September, 44.2, 44.4. The Quebec voter is torn. And if there are statesmen or stateswomen who can exercise an influence, then the Quebec voter will go one way or the other.
José Gagnon, who was the José? I keep doing that. I'm sorry, José Legault. I've been talking to you so long. I should know your name by now, shouldn't I? What do you see in that? What do you feel about living in a province that has voted that way on a fundamental question?
Well, I beg to disagree a little bit with Monsieur Fortier. The Quebec society is maybe divided, but it's a much different result that we're looking at. It's not the end result, but we know it's close. That's a euphemism from 1980. We've moved from a 40-60 situation on a much murkier question to a 50-50 split on a very clear question.
Have you lost?
Has anybody called this? Yet.
You don't look happy here.
Whatever. Well, because it's so close that whatever the end result means that in the coming months and in the coming years, there will be a lot of work that'll have to be done. There'll be a lot of reconciliation, and the famous or infamous constitutional Pandora's box is being opened now with a vengeance, and I'm not quite sure that with the people and the political actors that are there, if Jacques Chretien is going to be the man with his vision and the party that's going to be able to handle such a close situation.
John Parizeau from the no side.
Well, I think we'll have to wait for the results before we start politicking as to who can deal with change, but I think it's a clear mandate for change. I think there's no doubt about that. And I'm not worried about living in a Quebec where that type of vote has been expressed. I think it's a clear signal that Quebecers want a new deal. The Quebec issue has now become at the top of the agenda in this country.
All right. Thanks, John Parizeau. And back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Dennis. 50.27% no, 49.73% yes. And to answer the question, no, this has not been called yet. We have not projected the winner on the evening. There are indications that it could well end up being a no side narrow victory, but we are not saying that with any firm conviction yet. Those are the way the trends are pointing. Jacques Parizeau at the the yes side headquarters, watching the results coming in on television. We are told he has in his breast pocket, as I'm sure many other of the leaders tonight have, two different speeches, one for yes, one for no. I don't know whether anyone's got a speech for dead heat, which this one clearly is. But Mr. Parizeau, 65 years old, a lifelong dream of his, of course, certainly for the last 30 years, is a sovereign Quebec, and you don't get much closer to it than the numbers you're looking at right now.
And Jacques Parizeau, going back over the years, this is a man who, when René Lévesque used to be afraid to talk about sovereignty, Jacques Parizeau used to call himself a separatist, and he seemed to always enjoy calling himself a separatist, if you will, because he always wanted to show that he was the courageous one. He was the one who was never afraid. In the early 70s, he suggested that an independent Quebec should have a Quebec dollar, and every other sovereignist leader since has run away from that idea. And actually, Lucien Bouchard has managed to moderate many of Jacques Parizeau's views. The one idea that you just raised about the speech, is there a speech for a tie? Well, I guess there isn't, but the other question is, what happens should there be recounts? We are looking at results that are so close that if the loser gives a speech or the winner gives a speech and there are recounts or there are questions about ballots anywhere in this province, what happens then?
We're told that there's over 1% of the votes cast today were rejected ballots, that already they've totaled almost 50,000 ballots that were rejected by the counters in the polling stations. Whether that becomes an issue in some cases, well, it may well be. Here's another number that will really surprise you when I put it in context. The biggest turnout in this province was the last referendum in 1980, just over 85%. Tonight, the turnout, over 92% of Quebecers voting tonight. That is an incredible number. Consider that the national average on federal elections is usually somewhere in the low to mid 70s. Which is still a very good number in terms of many other Western democracies in the United States, south of the border. Rare that they get anywhere near 50% voting in a national election. Well, here in Quebec tonight, 92%. The last time I remember a country or a region voting over 90% was the first post-end of apartheid vote in South Africa, where almost everybody voted, and many obviously for the first time in their lives. But here tonight shows you a sense of how deeply held this decision was on the part of Quebecers. Over 92% turnout tonight. Let's go to Toronto, where a number of Quebecers now living outside of the province, in fact living in the Toronto region, are with Nancy Wilson. Nancy.
Well, Peter, I must tell you, when Jason mentioned the notion of a recount, there was a collective gasp behind me as people are watching events unfold. Also, the talk of a 50-50 split, someone here said, how quintessentially Canadian. Now, Nancy Pelche, you had an ear-to-ear grin when you saw the no side just inch ahead. Why the grin?
Because I think this is it. I think the no side will succeed tonight, and I think that's a wonderful thing. On the other hand, I feel that if it is a no vote, there is major changes that need to be done, and I think that a referendum should be held federally to allow Quebec to have the distinct society status, and that would maybe end all of the debates that have been going on for years.
Now, you left Quebec in '91 to study. You didn't plan to return?
I left because there was no opportunity. I had finished my studies then in Montreal, and I came here because I felt like there was no future for me over there as far as career was concerned.
What about your family? If in fact it's such a close vote, and we're talking about such a deeply divided Quebec, any concerns about that and what your family faces?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because half of the population will not be represented. So yeah, it's scary, and I think though that some of my family will probably leave Quebec if there's a yes vote.
Quickly to you, Steve Maisland. Is there a winner or loser here? Are we talking victory or defeat, or not at all? It's almost something much more ambivalent.
Right now I feel 50-50 doesn't really bring a winner out in anybody. I think we all have to go back to our federal politicians and crack a deal with both sides. I think the English Quebecer deserves something. I think the French Quebecer deserves something. And what do they deserve? To live in harmony and together.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Thank you. Peter, this is the quick sampling of folks here at the Broadcast Centre.
All right, Nancy, thank you. Let's look at the total vote picture with more than 86% of the polls. And once again, it's going to underline just how extremely close this is, with a little more than a half a percentage point between the two sides. Over 2 million votes cast in favor of the no side tonight, just under 2 million cast in favor of the yes side. A difference there of roughly 21,000 votes between the no camp and the yes camp. It gives the edge to the no side at this point. Much of the world watching tonight, as you saw the rush of sudden foreign interest in this story over the past week as it became clear interest in this story over the past week as it became clearer and clearer that this was a dead heat and the possibility that the yes side could win on the evening. Some of that interest, of course, in France, in Paris tonight. CBC's Paul Workman is standing by. Paul, what's the reaction in Paris tonight?
Hi, Peter. Well, it's about 4 o'clock in the morning here, as you know, and we expect to be up all night waiting for the sun to rise. There are about 1,000 people at the Quebec delegation. The room has a definite yes feel about it, I have to say. I found a young student who arrived in Paris about a month ago, Marie-Pierre Bouchard, and she voted no, and she's going to tell us why she voted no and how she feels looking at this from so far away, Peter.
Well, from so far away, it gives me sort of a distance. Well, all the past week, I was listening to Radio Canada International on the shortwave, and it didn't feel real. But now, tonight, even if I'm in the distance, it's so. I mean, I'm surrounded from Quebecers, and it's just as if I were there, and I feel very implicated, and I'm very emotive about it. I see the vote. It's 50-50, and I just kind of wonder what's going to happen tomorrow morning.
Do you feel like you're in a minority here?
Yes, I do. Oh, sure, I do.
And you're not going to move until you see the final results, I expect.
Sure. I want to see it.
And I think that about sums it up, Peter. Nobody is going to leave this room until they see all the votes coming down, and every time it changes a little percent here, a little percent there, the room goes up in a cheer or a boo, and it goes one way or the other. So that's Paris, and we'll wait to see whatever reaction there might be from the French government tomorrow, of course, if there's a yes vote, depending on the margin, depending on which way it goes.
All right, Paul, thanks very much. Paul Workman with a number of people watching from the Quebec House in Paris tonight. 50.26% no, and just under 49% yes. This is the way the province looks in colored terms. As we were saying, the Outaouais region, that's the red in the southwest corner, and Montreal red. That's where the no vote is tonight. Everywhere else geographically, most everywhere else, is blue, and it is the yes side. But here we said, as we were saying earlier in the evening, as the Montreal vote started to roll in at roughly a 2/3, 1/3 split in favor of the no side, that shows you where the no side is making their edge tonight overall. It also showed still one riding to hear from on the east side end of Montreal, which is a traditionally yes side area, even though the no side has done well in the east end of Montreal. And Jason, that's one of the reasons why we're not going to say numerically make our projection yet. Even with closing in on 90% of the polls, it looks like the no side will have the advantage overall in numbers at the end of the evening, but we're still not going to make a firm projection on that yet. We may well have to wait for the very last poll to report. Less than half a percentage point separating the two sides. This is the no side headquarters, where it's still a remarkable scene, Jason, with a lead this narrow, to see that kind of celebration after a campaign that had them in such a big lead at the beginning of it.
Doesn't make a lot of sense, one would think, to be that happy with the result this close. Yeah. And again, their campaign, many people would say it was a disaster. It started with a big lead, as you said, and it just dwindled and dwindled. And in the end, Jacques Chretien, the last week, was making campaign appearances he wasn't supposed to make. He was making campaign promises he never wanted to make. Towards the end, he was assuring Quebecers that their old age pensions would be guaranteed if they voted no, while in Ottawa, bureaucrats for many months have been working on reforming old age pensions. Old age pensions cost the federal government $20 billion a year, and many people in Ottawa felt that there was a need for a reform of old age pensions, but that's the kind of campaign it was. Come in at the last minute, promise change when you never had any intention of promising change, making promises about pensions, bringing people in from across the country, which everybody admits, the Canadians who came to Montreal on Friday, there is no Quebecer who has questioned those people's motives. The question they're asking is, why did the organizers wait until the very last minute to do something like that, unless it was out of absolute panic?
90% of the polls reporting so far tonight. 50.22% no, 49.78 yes. Half a percentage point separating the two sides as the counting continues. Let's go downstairs. Hannah Gartner with her panel that's looking in terms of the full national picture at this. Hannah?
Well, as you mentioned, this split means that the unity debate is on the front burner and governance and the economy is on the back burner. And I'm wondering, Stephen Harper, to what degree the rest of the country is going to resent this?
Well, I think it creates a difficult situation for everybody. You know, you can say that the unity issue or the Constitution's on the front burner, but exactly who are you going to negotiate the Constitution with? Mr. Parizeau? I mean, this is not a serious option. I think the irony, we've always maintained that the result was the result, yes or no, and I think it's not an academic question, it matters factually. I think the problem is that tonight what's really going to happen is the winner's the loser. The winner puts the ball in somebody's court, and that government has no mandate to act. If Mr. Parizeau tried to pursue negotiations with this kind of a split, he'd be putting Quebec in a disastrous position. At the same time, the federal government is going to be walking on eggshells on its fiscal and economic and social agenda, and doesn't have any proposals to change the system. So I think it's obviously a very difficult result for the country.
How do you turn this into a positive experience?
Well, I think this is a message to, Quebecers are sending a message to the rest of Canada and to themselves. I think that, we have to start showing political maturity in all of Canada. These results tonight are not indicative of any big future for the country unless we deal with the problem. And I think that the point that Barbary was making earlier is valid. What is so unfortunate here is that almost half of those who voted yes still believe that they will be part of Canada. Now, if the no side wins tonight, yes, they'll be on the side of Canada, but we have to really do the job, and I understand your point that it's true that Parizeau would not be an easy participant into the remodeling of our federation, but we will have to try because that's the only way I think we can save this country, and we have to change. This Charest has been talking about the wind of change. It is there, and we'll have to act on it.
It's a big challenge. I mean, let's not underestimate the size of it. First of all, you have the fact that fiscally, both the federal government and the province of Quebec are not in exactly rosy shape right now, and to some extent those problems have been sort of put off a bit while we deal with the referendum. Those problems are now back in everyone's lap. You can't suddenly walk away from them. Plus, you've got to recognize, so maybe it's by dealing with those problems, with jobs, by focusing on the practical issues of manpower, of training, of jobs, that we begin to make some progress. But again, that also depends in part on the good faith of the government of Quebec saying, yes, we didn't win the referendum, it was very close, and now we're ready to do something practical. The ball is in everybody's court. I don't think it's fair to point the finger and say it's in your court. The ball, in fact, is everybody's court. That's where we have to deal with it.
I think we should be careful not to discount what the people of Canada have been saying over the last week or 10 days. The people of Canada, in their own right, have become involved in this campaign, have certainly indicated a desire and a willingness for change. The Prime Minister has talked about change during the course of this campaign in the way he's interjected himself, I think quite calmly and forcefully in this campaign at a strategic and important moment. And let's not forget, as we look at the result, yes, this is a very divided province. Reconciliation and reaching out is very important, but let us also remind ourselves as we look at this result that we have, at least it appears at this stage, a no result, and that means that we can work within the Federation, as difficult as it is, to solve our problems, and we're not dealing with a country divided tonight, and that is a victory. Let us not lose sight of the merits of the victory here.
We'll get back to you later, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you, Hannah. 91.5% of the polls, and look at that, half a percentage point separating no from yes. What is it in total votes? Here it comes. You can tell the difference, 15, 16, 17, 18,000 votes roughly separating no and yes. Still, with 8% of the polls to come in, that's why we haven't forecast a final winner in terms of the end of the evening, because it is so very close. The debate will continue, and you're hearing it in our panels and in our discussions here with Jason as to whether or not at this point, with the final result so close, the difference is going to make actually who ends up that tiny little bit ahead of the other on the overall story. What difference will it make overall on the evening? We'll continue that debate. Let's go out to the Yes Side headquarters where Lynn Robson is standing by. Lynn?
Hi, I'm with Pascal Daguise. This is a vote about Quebecers, and so we went out into the crowd, pretty somber crowd here at the Yes campaign, so we wanted to talk to a couple people about how they're managing the stress. Pascal, first I want to know, do you still have all of your fingernails tonight?
Yeah, I still have all my fingernails. What we can see, there's a great anxiety and both, and a great, so proud because we made a great campaign. Everybody thought we were going to lose at about a margin of 10%, and now what we see, that's what we're talking about 1%, maybe 0.5%, so it's a cliffhanger. It will be close till the end, and what we can say that is nationalism in Quebec is not done with, and the rest of Canada will have to deal with this reality for long again. And it's clear it's not like in 1980 where it was an humiliation when it was 40-60. Now we see that sovereignty is doing very fine in Quebec.
This anxiety you're talking about, though, what if the Yes camp loses? What will this anxiety transform itself into, do you think?
Quebec has a great respect for democracy. Everybody will accept the results, but it's sure that, like everything, the question will not be resolved. The place of Quebec will not be resolved, and the people of Quebec will still continue the battle for their recognition. And probably we'll still hear about Quebec sovereignty.
Okay, there they are, people hanging in tough here. Say they're not biting their nails, but I've seen some people working on them tonight, Peter.
All right, Lynn, thank you very much. One of the reasons why the Yes side is not saying that they've lost overall on the night is it deals with one particular riding in the Northern Laurentians. This is a provincial riding of Labelle, and let me explain to you why they see this as very interesting right now on the overall picture on the night. Only about a quarter of the polls reporting. You see 40 out of 157. There's been some problem with the reporting of the numbers coming out of Labelle. This is a provincial riding that last year was a huge majority for the Parti Québécois, so it's assumed the Yes side will do very well here tonight. They had a majority of over 9,000 last year. So that, when you're dealing with such a narrow gap of only about 20,000 votes overall on the evening, this is one of the reasons why we're certainly holding off on making a firm projection on which side we think will win numerically on the evening. As you know, overall, though, the numbers are so close. Jason, your thoughts on this issue at a certain point? I mean, I guess it's different on which side wins, but if you're Ottawa, if you're Prime Minister Chretien, you're looking at these kind of numbers. By the end of the evening, does it really matter which side has that slight advantage over the other?
Peter, I think a lot of people would say that either way, the country has been brought to the brink. And that's a question that Jean Chretien will have to address, because for 35 years his political career has been based on his view of the province of Quebec, which clearly this evening has been rejected by a majority of French-speaking Quebecers. That's number one. Politically, in Ottawa, Jean Chretien went into this with all the confidence in the world. He told his party, he told his cabinet, stay out of it, we know what we're doing, everything is going to be okay. There are people in the Liberal caucus who are angry at him because they were left out. They were told to mind their own business. The Prime Minister and his people know what they're doing. There are cabinet ministers who were very upset with the Prime Minister because they too were shut out of the decision-making on this referendum. Politics is a very cruel business. When you don't do well, there are all kinds of people at the door saying, you should have listened to me. It could be that there are a lot of cabinet ministers who in fact could not have helped very much. But the fact that they were denied the opportunity to help is enough reason for them to be at the door and saying, Mr. Chretien, you should have listened to us. We had something to offer. We were rejected.
Bottom line, what are you saying? How damaged is Jean Chretien by this result tonight?
Well, again, let's go back to the point I began with. His political career is based on 35 years of his view of the province of Quebec within Canada. How many of his speeches through the years have ended with his famous Vive le Canada? It's something that Jean Chretien has believed in his heart, and nobody would ever question that his motives towards Quebec in his own mind and his own heart were correct. This is the way he saw the province of Quebec. He followed Pierre Trudeau, who believed the same thing. But in many ways, what we're seeing tonight in Quebec is a rejection of that traditional liberal view of the province of Quebec and its place in Canada.
Well, we'll be hearing from Jean Chretien later on in the evening. As Don Newman has already reported tonight, he has asked the networks to be ready to have his address heard across the nation tonight. But he is waiting, obviously, for the final results tonight, and he may well be waiting to hear what other leaders on both sides of this issue have to say from the province of Quebec. But we will be hearing at some point this evening from the Prime Minister and his reaction to the result that you're looking at now, with almost 94% of the polls reporting the no side still with a, well, it's starting to creep up a touch, 0.6 of a percentage point lead over the yes side. Now, should we look at total votes first of all? No. Why don't we go down and listen to what Dennis Trudeau has to offer to us on this debate of an extremely close vote tonight. Dennis?
All right, thank you, Peter. I wonder, just it was LaBelle riding that wasn't reporting very many polls. I wonder if there's a snowstorm up there in the northern Laurentians, north of Montreal. That may be one of the reasons. John Parizeau is sitting here listening to the panel and watching the Hannes panel and watching the results. He says this is a good opportunity for the Quebec Liberal Party, which was never always on the same wavelength as Jean Chretien when it came to constitutional arrangements in this country.
Well, I think there's going to be definitely pressure on the Quebec Liberal Party as it's developing its constitutional program. The Quebec Liberal Party has always been very innovative from the time of Mr. Gérin Lajoie and the Distinct Society of the late 60s to the Beige Paper to the eventually to the Allaire Report. So they've always shown leadership in terms of developing constitutional positions. But I want to point out that the fact of the matter is it's not just the Quebec Liberal Party is not in power right now. There's still the Jacques Parizeau and the Parti Québécois. So it's going to be quite difficult to get into a real constitutional agenda, but there's no reason why we shouldn't get into change. And I think change can be done in many ways, and I think in many ways we should start unconstitutionalizing the approach to change and then constitutionalizing it if it works.
Your seatmate there, Alain Gagnon, reacted strongly when he heard Stephen Harper talk about how hard it would be to negotiate with Jacques Parizeau, who has 49% of the vote in this referendum.
That's right. I'm amazed by Stephen Harper, who I respect very much as a politician, but on this thing, I mean, he knows that Jacques Parizeau is going to be there, probably, at least his party, until 1999. What are we going to do with the 1997 constitutional reform that is being proposed? Now, if the politicians are taking this line tonight, when it is very close, too close to call, 50-50, and they don't want to dare negotiating with somebody who is, in fact, having the majority of Francophone Quebecers and the majority of all constituency within this province, I think this is an insult to intelligence at the moment.
What kind of an opportunity do we have in this country now, with, from your point of view, inside Quebec, Yves Fortier? Where does Quebec leave Quebec faced with the rest of the country?
Well, you know, both options tomorrow morning are going to cry out for statesmanship. The leaders, whether it's Jean Chretien in Ottawa, Jacques Parizeau in Quebec, it'll be required of them that they be very statesmanlike, that they act as concerned leaders, and that they search for solutions. It won't be enough for Jean Chretien to say, I'm going to stay the course. It won't be enough for Parizeau to say, I am not prepared to discuss constitutional changes. The leaders are going to have to come together.
José Legault, you heard late in the campaign, of course, Jean Chretien did come to Montreal, the Prime Minister, and promised change. Are these the people, Jacques Parizeau and Jean Chretien, the country needs now?
See, the leaders are important. I agree with Mr. Fortier, but the problems that we're dealing with are a lot more complex than that. And when we wake up tomorrow morning, if Mr. Chretien wants to really open up this box, he's going to be facing a sort of similar process to the Charlottetown process, because the rest of the country, as we call it, English Canada, will not put up with dealing only with the Quebec issue anymore. That's been made very, very clear. So what happens? Do you get back into this kind of process with 17, 18, 19 people around a table, irreconcilable differences and contradictory interests? I mean, I can understand that the politicians tonight are being very nice and trying to calm people down, and that's the responsibility, that there will be change. But Mr. Ray and Mr. Harper know very, very well that Canada has become constitutionally, and I don't see how you can unconstitutionalize the process, but constitutionally an extremely complex nation.
But remember one thing, you know, Jean Chretien has a great deal of credibility outside of Quebec. And he could use that credibility in order to influence politics.
He lost a lot of it with this referendum, I can assure you. I mean,
exactly.
He is a loser tonight.
That remains to be seen. I mean, it's a bit early to declare who's a winner, who's a loser, but I do think that that we have an opportunity.
You're the one who's debating change. You're the one who's talking about change.
No, I mean, we're ahead.
No, but you went you went down to large, you know, from 60 to 50.
Alain Gagnon, victory's a victory, Alain.
Maybe a victory,
but I mean, when you talk about change, I think we have to see the rest of the country. In some ways, I agree with José, which is the first time in a few months we've agreed. but I must admit to as well that we're seeing a lot of change proposed in terms of decentralization, devolution of power, and that's very common. I mean, Quebec has never asked to have special powers over other provinces. They have certain powers that they can best exercise, like immigration is a good example, where they have an entente with the federal government, and it's been working.
But one in 30 years.
We've had more than that. I mean, you have to look at the Caisse de dépôt. We run our own pension fund. We run our own 30 years ago.
That was done against the wishes of the
It wasn't done against the wishes. Mr. Pearson opened the way to that. We've got that deal. You know, we've had influence on free trade. I mean, if we didn't have free trade without Quebec.
We work on the Canadian standards.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave you now because we do have to go back. We do have to go back to Peter Mansbridge at the main desk now. Peter.
Well, I think we got a sense of the debate that's obviously going to continue not only around that table, but around tables right across this province through tonight and well into the days ahead, as we have a province that is divided numerically, that is divided geographically, with mostly the island of Montreal voting no, the Outaouais region north of Ottawa, the eastern townships south of Montreal voting no, but everywhere else in the province, which is geographically a huge, huge chunk of the province, voting yes. 96% of the polls. We still haven't made the final projection on the evening, but it is clearly edging closer and closer that way as the no side starts to inch out as the closer it gets to the 100% of the polls, a lead which may well be insurmountable at this point in terms of votes. A little more than 30,000 votes in favor of the no side right now, but as you see, it's so close that at a certain point in the evening, as we've said all along, obviously the yes side, if they can knock it over 50%, they will be celebrating quite a bit tonight. But they're very close to it now, but it looks like the no side's going to end up winning overall on the evening. At no side headquarters, Terence McKenna is with us. Terence?
I think there's a great anticipation building here, Peter. These people clearly think they've won it. The expression I'm hearing here tonight, this is Apollo 13. They thought the astronauts were dead. Somehow they came back safely to Earth. And that seems to be
okay, Terence, we got to, sorry, I got to break in on that point. Apollo 13, the no campaign that they brought back from the dead. We are ready to make now that final projection on the evening. CBC decision desk calling for a no victory numerically tonight. It's going to be a squeaker, maybe as much as 1 percentage point separating the two sides by the end of the evening, but no more than that. 96.4% of the polls. I can't remember covering an election ever, but we have to wait this long to make a projection. It gives you an indication of just how close things were tonight. In the province of Quebec, more than 92% of Quebecers voting. Here's the scene at the yes side headquarters, the dejection on their faces of coming so close, so very, very close to their goal. That's the scene at yes side, the projection having been made by the CBC desk. Over at the no side headquarters, celebration, the waving of flags. 50.38% of the vote for no. They've just numerically won it. But whether Quebec and whether Canada, after a result this close. Jason?
What would you call it, Peter? You would call it a victory, but a very messy victory, a very difficult victory, and in many ways a very painful victory. And you could see the pain on the faces of the losers at Yes headquarters tonight. And that's one of the first things the politicians are going to have to deal with, and that is the bitterness that a closely contested race like this could leave when you're faced with the absolute reality that a vast majority of French-speaking voters voted yes, as did most of the ridings in the province of Quebec. But let's look at the rest of the country, because this vote also brings in the rest of the country in a very big way. After Charlottetown, after Meech Lake, the view in the rest of the country was, we don't want to hear about Quebec. We don't want to talk about the Constitution. We don't want to talk about change. Quebec is very much back on the agenda now as a result of this very close finish. And the rest of the country is going to have to deal with all these things. And it's really a matter of, is there the appetite in the rest of the country to do this? Is there the political will in provincial capitals across the country to deal with this? The history of provincial legislatures in this country is that often in crisis situations, they are in favor of doing something, a gesture, a political gesture, towards Quebec. The difficulty is every 6 months, there's a window for a provincial election, and provincial governments back off just when it's time to do something. So the country is faced with the dilemma it has been since the Meech Lake failure of 1990, and the very thing that so many Canadians said they don't want to hear about and they don't want to talk about, there it is, number one on the agenda.
Can't help but look at those two pictures and see the two solitudes within this solitude. The no side, triumphant in victory, but a victory at what cost? And what happens now? The yes side in tears at having come so close. And you have to wonder, you know, in 15 years, a 20-point victory in 1980 for the no side. Here, a dead heat, just maybe 50,000 votes by the end of the evening will separate the two sides. If you're looking at this from outside, as you said, as Roy Romano said, something has to happen fast, or it would seem like just a matter of time.
But the bigger question is, what will the attitude of the Quebec government be? Let's remember that this Quebec government is a sovereignist government. Let's remember that this government had this referendum at the beginning rather than at the end of its mandate. This government could still have 4 years of power. Will the Quebec government look at this result and say, we're just around the corner, we're so close, we can do it? And will they continue the referendum campaign while they govern the province of Quebec? This is a very, very key point. The federal government is in a fiscal reorganization. It wants to reorganize transfer payments to the province. It wants to and has to deal with the provinces in a new way. What happens if the Quebec government decides that it doesn't want to go along with any of this, but would prefer to continue the referendum battle? What would happen if the Quebec government would want to try to continue to show that Canada doesn't work? This is another question that Jean Chretien will have to face, and very quickly. But that move will be up to Jacques Parizeau and his cabinet, the attitude of the Quebec government in the weeks and months to come.
It's a live shot from a helicopter above Montreal tonight. Looking down, you can tell the streets of Montreal silent tonight. Everybody is in their homes or at one of these rallies or various street gatherings watching the results coming in tonight. You're dealing with a province where over 92% of those who are eligible to vote today did vote. This is the Artist Party in the east end of Montreal, a very sovereignist area, full of yes supporters at this party tonight. And the tension and the tears attached to having just missed it. 50.37% no, 49.63% yes. And a remarkable scene. These pictures, you know, they tell an incredible story of tension relieved on one side and the very near win on the other side. And Terence McKenna still with us, I assume, at no headquarters. Terence, we had to interrupt you there to come in with the final projection on the evening and cut you in mid-thought. You still with us there?
Peter, there's just pandemonium here right now. It's hard to talk. We were talking about Apollo 13. These people, you know, really thought that they were dead, and they've come back. One of the analysis that I saw tonight, the Federalist campaign feels that they were saved by the island of Montreal. They looked at some of the vote in the other areas of the province they expected to win, around Shawinigan, around Jean Chretien's riding. They didn't do as well as expected, and their hearts were in their throats when they saw that. But when they saw the east end of Montreal, the Francophones of the east end of Montreal coming to their side, they really feel that the city of Montreal saved their bacon tonight.
All right, Terence, thank you, and I know how hard it is to report with that kind of noise going on around you, but the scene inside no headquarters, one of celebration, as they're going to edge out a win over the yes side tonight by about 1 percentage point. overall maybe 50,000 votes. Certainly no more than that, and quite likely less than a 50,000 vote margin for the no side. So numerically, no wins. But as we ask, at what price and what happens now? Jason?
Well, when you look over the last few years, nobody should really be that surprised at tonight's close result, even though at the beginning of the campaign it didn't appear possible. Let's look back. 3 years ago, the Charlottetown referendum, the sovereignists won it here in the province of Quebec. The year after that, electing 54 members of the Bloc Québécois to Parliament. Last year, winning the Quebec election, this was number 4, and they came so close. There certainly is a historic trend in favor of the sovereignists.
All right, a Yes Side headquarters announcement being made as to when we're likely to hear from Jacques Parizeau. Tom, can you tell us what's happening there?
Well, an absolutely stunning result, Peter, and tremendous disappointment, because as this campaign went on at the very beginning, they didn't think they had any chance, but after about a week or 10 days into the campaign, they began to pick up. The whole passion of the debate picked up, and then with their rise in support came the rise in anticipation of possibly winning the campaign. So we didn't expect it, but 4 weeks after the campaign began, tonight they came so close, and there really is crushing disappointment. And I think some of the younger people we see in this crowd tonight perhaps can leave here tonight thinking they may have another shot at it. But we have to ask ourselves, the people of Jacques Parizeau's generation, the people who are 60, 65 years old, which is the age of Jacques Parizeau, are they going to be able to come back in their own lifetimes and be in a position where they're in tonight, or perhaps get over the top and win it? Now, there is a referendum law here, and the government is only permitted to hold one referendum on one question in a single mandate. And if they are to have a second referendum in this mandate, which is not out of the question, they'd have to reform, make a change to the electoral law, the referendum law here.
Tom, you know, none of us have watched and covered Jacques Parizeau more closely than you have over the last decade and a half. Your sense of what kind of message Jacques Parizeau will likely be giving to his supporters when he arrives there on stage at the Yes Side headquarters?
Well, that's a tough one, Peter, because we were talking earlier to Jean-François Lisée. We are anticipating that 2 speeches were ready for Jacques Parizeau, a clear yes win or a clear no win. I wonder if they anticipated something that's this close. He said all along that Quebecers and sovereignists must accept the will of the people, must accept the democratic verdict of Quebecers, and I have no doubt he will say something like that tonight. But also many people in the sovereignty movement were saying this was a result they did not want. They wanted a clear decision one way or the other, but certainly ideally on the yes side.
All right, Tom, thank you. We will await anxiously, as everyone will, the message from Jacques Parizeau and just how he will try to reach out to both sides in this vote tonight. He still does have to govern this province. He's Premier of Quebec, and the certain tensions that this vote creates will play out over time, but so do all the other things that have to be done when you're governing a province and facing, as Quebec is, all kinds of tough economic decisions that come in the days, months ahead, along with this issue. We want to, before we get to some of these speeches, get a sense of how this is playing elsewhere in the country as well, especially among young people. Leslie McKinnon is at Dalhousie University tonight. Has had a chance to talk to some students there. Their sense, Leslie, on what happened here tonight?
It's been a very tense evening here, Peter, but there is some jubilation now. Alex, I know you were on the edge of your seat all night. I was watching you. How do you feel now?
I feel really, really great that the no side won. I'm just a little disappointed that it was so close, because that means the battle's not over, but I'm happy.
And you too? You happy?
It was close, but we won, and we got our United Canada, and it's all that counts.
Yeah, your feelings are very obvious by your face. I thought I saw tears in your eyes at one point.
Oh, yeah. This was so tense, and I can't wait to call my mom like this.
Because you're from Quebec, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm from Quebec. Yeah, from Canada.
And how about you?
I'm very happy. You can feel the feelings are just incredible right now. Everyone in the room is just, we've been watching the numbers all night really closely, and it's amazing. I feel really good for her.
Okay, thanks to the three of you. Peter?
All right, Leslie, thank you. Some thoughts from some students in Halifax tonight at Dalhousie University. Preston Manning is speaking in Ottawa tonight at on Parliament Hill. We're going to join his comments live right now. Here's Preston Manning.
I have awakened a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve. Tonight, I hope that the close vote in Quebec has awakened a sleeping giant, the giant of Canadian nationalism, and will fill that giant with an unquenchable resolve to build a better country for all who are proud to be called Canadians. Thank you.
Do you think Prime Minister Chretien has to take the responsibility for the result?
Well, Preston Manning speaking in Ottawa tonight, but just from a prepared text, and at this point not answering any reporters' questions. Everybody being awfully careful tonight with exactly what they say in response to tonight's vote. Mr. Manning expected to be one of the first leaders tonight to speak out, as he did. Prime Minister will be speaking later. Don Newman is in Ottawa tonight. Don, sorry, we missed the top end of Preston Manning there. Anything you can add to the brief words we did hear from him?
Yes, Preston Manning saying, Peter, that this is a mandate for change, that the narrow vote, even though it does appear the yes has won, as we've called it, is a mandate for change. He's been saying that, of course, since he got to Ottawa in 1993, and he's not going to push the federal government for change. The difficulty, I guess, and this will be the difficulty now that Jean Chrétien will have to face, the Manning change is a change of 10 equal provinces, a large devolution of the federal government to the provinces, but it's still a Canada of 10 equal provinces. The change that Quebecers seem to be looking for and have been looking for historically is the two nations theory of change, where Quebec has a particular status in the country and the other provinces do not have that status and are represented by the federal government. That is the square peg in the round hole of the constitutional negotiations. It has been that way certainly since in the past 30 years, since this has been the ongoing issue in the country. And this is now where Jean Chrétien is going to have to go. There is a theory that perhaps what the federal government should do with this kind of a close, narrow victory is to try and get the provincial legislatures to put through some kind of something that looks along the lines of the Meech Lake Accord and recognizes Quebec as a distinct society. But obviously, if the federal government tries to do that, if the House of Commons were to do that, the Senate were to do that, and the 9 provinces other than Quebec were to do that, that would in a sense put the ball into Jacques Parizeau's court. But you can see that in English-speaking Canada, certainly with the Reform Party, one assumes certainly in the areas where they have representation in the House of Commons, that is not going to be an easy thing to do. So one of the many problems that the Chrétien government will face, in addition to dealing with its economic agenda, is how to proceed now, how to take this, but it's clearly a mandate for change, and how to craft that change so it is widely acceptable in English-speaking Canada.
All right, Don, thank you. Briefly, you heard any word yet from the Prime Minister's office when we might hear from Jean Chrétien tonight?
No, he is, I go back to what I was told earlier, which is that Danielle Johnson is going to speak before Jean Chrétien. Jean Chrétien is going to come down here to the center block on Parliament Hill and go to his office, but he's going to come down fairly well in advance of when he actually speaks, and he hasn't even left 24 Sussex Drive yet.
All right, Don, thank you. 50.47% no, 49.53% yes, and that is roughly the split of 1 percentage point. The difference between the two, almost all the polls reporting so far, 2.3 million plus for the no side, 2.265 thousand for the yes side. Well, one of the key Parti Québécois ministers and one of the key players throughout this referendum campaign, Lise Baudouin of the Parti Québécois, one of the cabinet ministers involved in this. We hope to be connecting through to her momentarily. And when we do, I am told she's just getting the paraphernalia needed to go on with one of these interviews. Ms. Baudouin joins us now from the Yes Side headquarters. Peter Mansbridge here. Good to have you with us.
Yes.
This one is so close. What does it mean in immediate terms?
Well, in immediate terms, I don't know really, but what I know is that we had 9% more than in 1980, and a majority of francophones, and this is very, very meaningful, and I think that Canada can't go on like this. Something has to be done, and we still think that we have the best proposal.
What problems, though, does that create for you, the point that you just make? I mean, you did almost have, or almost eliminate the gap between the no side and the yes side from 1980,
yeah.
But in the end result, the no
Yes.
side is going to squeak out a victory, and you have the majority of francophones on your side. How difficult is that going to be for you to govern in the province of Quebec with that, the difficulty of having the majority of francophones wanting to have a sovereign nation where overall the numbers did not go in your favor?
Well, I think that that's democracy, and we said from the outset that we would respect democracy, and that so we'll have to live with this, and our hope is to convince one of these days, not too far, some of the allophones and some of the anglophones. I think that's what we have to do starting tomorrow.
At the negotiating table that will take place now, the talks that will take place, that the Prime Minister has promised, if the no side won, a renewed federalism, what position does your government take? Are you open to a new discussion of renewed federalism?
Well, you didn't say anything specific, as you can remember, nothing specific. So I think that they have to say what's on the table and the other provinces. And it's nice to say that Canada loves us, but when nothing specific is on the table, that's just words. So for the moment, that's my position. We'll wait.
As you know, there will be some who will say, your critics who will say, no matter what might be put on the table, that it wouldn't be in the interests of your government to get into any negotiations on renewed federalism right now.
Yes, but for the moment, there's nothing on the table. So they have to speak.
What happens now for your government? What do you expect that Jacques Parizeau will say tonight? How does he reach out to what is clearly a bitterly divided province?
We'll see what Mr. Parizeau will say, but what I know is that here in Chambly we had a very great victory, and that, you know, it's so close that Canada is, you know, maybe on paper still a country. But there's something wrong with this country, that's for sure. When, you know, one of the territory, one of the province, as you say, one of the people, as we say, doesn't accept what's going on.
But you know, as a country, we talk about the two solitudes.
Yes.
When you look at your province tonight, split down the middle, percentage-wise,
yes.
Are the two solitudes within your own province?
Yes, in a way, but that's why I was saying that I believe that for some allophones and anglophones, we didn't maybe explain it enough, and maybe they have, you know, their reasons, and we have to talk, we have to dialogue. We're Democrats, and we've proven it in 1980, and we're going to prove it in 1995.
But also, you know, 40% of Francophones also didn't
Yes.
see your option as the acceptable option either.
Yes, but that, you know, that's normal, as you know, in a pluralistic society, to divide ourselves. You know, in Maastricht, the Danes voted no at the first referendum and then yes at the second one with very small margins. That's a democratic and pluralistic society. But still, we'll see what the other side will tell us. But as for ourselves, we're going to govern, and in the interest of Quebecers, of all Quebecers, as we always have done, you know, when we were in power in 1976 and now since 1 year.
What's your message to the rest of Canada tonight?
Just don't love us, it's not enough. Recognize us. And we've been trying that for 30 years, and that's the reason why we are at this point right now. Because love is not enough, and because these were our only words. And for 30 years, we've been trying to get the recognition of the people that we are.
We appreciate you talking with us tonight. I'm sure we're going to be talking to you quite a bit more
Yes.
in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
Quebec's Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Louise Baudouin. And Jason, your sense of what she's saying tonight?
Well, she didn't quite say it, but my sense is, and she knows it, that the Parti Québécois is still in power, and with power you can do many, many, many things. And Louise Baudouin is certainly of the mind that sovereignty is just around the corner, and one would have to assume at this point that the Parti Québécois government would use power to get there.
I want to follow up on that as we look at the no-side pictures right now, the celebration going on there. But let me first let you know that in Tokyo on the money markets now, the initial trading in response to the verdict of Quebecers tonight, even though it's a very, very narrow win for the no side, the dollar on early trading, underline that, early trading, up over a cent against the US dollar. Which makes up a good chunk of the drop that it had in the past week. But that's early trading, and you know, money markets, by the time you wake up in the morning, the story could be a lot different with that on the dollar. But Jason, let me follow the point up about governing and the impact you can have in terms of the discussions on this issue. The other responsibility of governing, and this government, the Parizeau government, does have, as you say, another 3 years on its term. There's a lot more to governing in this province than just the constitutional issue, and many would suggest that on the economic side, things have been left to slide here, and that can have a big-term impact on your popularity when you start addressing those issues as well.
There's absolutely no question about that. The Parti Québécois hasn't governed in the year it was preparing for the referendum. And the last year the Liberals were there, they didn't govern because they were preparing for the election campaign. Quebec is well behind the other provinces in terms of cutting the deficit, in terms of fiscal reform. But again, to be that close to sovereignty, that close, less than a percentage point, it's hard to imagine someone like Jacques Parizeau, who has spent his life fighting for this, not using power to the end of achieving sovereignty.
1.5% of the polls still to be reported tonight, and this is what the actual total number of votes looks like as we look at this one so close. The separation between the two sides, about 40,000 votes. 50.5% for the no, 49.5% for the yes. So we're probably going to end up somewhere around 1 percentage point separating the two sides. Let's get more thoughts down on the floor with Hannah Gartner, who has with her a number of guests looking at the big picture national impact of tonight's vote. Hannah?
And since we do have a federal cabinet minister sitting at this table, let me ask you, Brian Tobin, how, with these numbers, can you govern? Does Louise Baudouin have a point that this country is a country on paper only?
I think we've got to go back and remember that what was asked here is not a federal referendum, but a referendum that was called by Mr. Parizeau with the support of Mr. Bouchard. It was a referendum to seek a mandate to separate from Canada.
But Madame Baudouin said it. Perhaps this is not a mandate to separate, but clearly we are a dysfunctional family.
Well, I think you have to understand there is an understandable and a human dimension, very deep disappointment, and it's going to be required that all of us reach out and try and bridge the very clear gap that exists between those who said yes and those who said no. And there's a lot of very hurt people tonight, and we have to understand that. But we also have to remember, because we're talking about this as if it's all bad news tonight. There was a request for a mandate to separate, and the answer tonight is no. Now that gives us as a government a very great challenge to follow through on the clear commitment of the Prime Minister and of this government and of many other provinces and of many of the people of Canada to bring about change in the way the Federation
you don't see bad news.
works.
How could it be good news when a province is as divided as it is and a country is as divided as it is?
I just finished saying it's very hurtful in this province and very difficult. There is a lot of pain in this province tonight, and there will be for quite some time. I don't say it's not difficult, but I do say we have a country and we have a challenge, and as many Canadians said, we have another opportunity to build this country and to get it right. It won't be easy.
So, and when the Prime Minister makes good on his promise to address Quebec's problems and make some changes and look at the Constitution, and when he is pressed by the Reform Party and Mr. Manning to decentralize the country, who speaks for the Federation?
But if you're waiting for me to say that the task is impossible and that the country is finished and that tonight I want to go home and give up.
No, but I'm not asking you to be pessimistic or optimistic. I'm asking you how the country will be governed.
I'm going to tell you that I'm confident this Prime Minister, who has solid support of his cabinet, solid support of his caucus, and has great credibility all across this country, can bring about the change that we need as a country in Quebec, but elsewhere, I suspect, in the country as well.
I think we have to come to terms with the dimensions of the challenge. I don't think we should let the people of the country off, quite that easily, in the sense of I don't think it's going to be up to the Liberal cabinet and alone, or the Prime Minister alone. I think this is a moment for a bit of humility all around, and for everybody to understand that we tried at Meech, we tried at Charlottetown, we didn't succeed. We didn't succeed in part not because there was a failure of negotiation, but because there was a failure to persuade enough people out there that this is what needed to be done.
But aren't the people across the country a little impatient with politicians? Don't they feel they're a little out of step? I mean, what was this manifestation last week? They came.
Maybe the feeling. I guess what I'm saying is maybe the feeling is mutual. I mean, maybe what we need to do is understand and come to terms with the fact that solving this thing is going to require a lot of goodwill. It's going to require some intelligence and some focus. It may be that focusing exclusively on the Constitution, we may not solve the problem right away. for the simple reason that we still have a government in Quebec City that's clearly committed. Madame Baudouin reasserted that today, that they're still committed to going over the top. And I think we therefore have to say, well, look, they've got time in their mandate, so does the federal government. What we need to do, and what all of us as Canadians need to do, is make sure the country works better, and at the same time find the practical ways to say to Quebecers, you don't need to break up this country in order to get the kind of recognition, the kind of feeling of being at home within Canada. You don't need to break up the country to do that.
But that's why I was referring to the other stresses, not only Quebec, but Mr. Manning and the Reform
Quebec's
Party.
not the only agenda. That's absolutely
Mr.
right.
Harper.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'd reiterate tonight is the difficulty of constitutional change, I think, is obvious, and we saw that with Madame Baudouin's statements. They're committed to creating a sovereign state.
But how are we going to get it together? Your vision is totally different than Mr. Chrétien's.
What has to happen, what the people have to do tomorrow, and I think a lot of them will want to do it in Quebec and elsewhere, is pressure their governments to get on with governing and addressing their practical economic, fiscal, and social concerns. And you know, tonight there's been all this attention to the federal government. What's the federal government going to do? But one of the big questions is, what is the Quebec government going to do? It has used the last 2 years to prepare for this vote. Now, is it going to get on with governing itself and improving the lives in the province of Quebec? There is a tremendous healing that has to be done, but quite frankly, there's a lot of people who are going to have to climb down off of grand visions and start addressing some real concerns, because I think people are more sick of that than anything.
What will also be interesting to see is the position that Mr. Johnson develops for the Liberal Party in Quebec, because the no force, as represented by Mr. Johnson and all those supporters, will want the Liberal Party to develop a constitutional position, and yes, a position vis-à-vis the rest of Canada. And that'll be very interesting to watch, because I think that it will have a serious impact as to the way that the federal government reacts to Quebec, because they will feel that this is le seul interlocuteur that they really have.
The simple truth that most people want the country to work better. Most people want the country to work better. Most people want the country to stay together in Quebec and outside Quebec. And these are, I hate to make it sound so simple, but really we can make it as complicated or as simple as we want. We can make the country work better, and we can remember that the vote tonight was still, if you include all those people who voted yes, who still want the country to stay together, a substantial vote in favor of continuing with Canada.
30% of those who said yes believe they were voting for a passport, citizenship, and continued association with this country. That's what they believe. But let's remember that Madame Baudouin just said that her government, and I must say I respect her for this, would respect this vote as close as it was. It's democracy, and get on with the business of governing. And that, too, is the challenge, of course, of the federal government.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Peter.
Thank you, Hannah. There are the numbers with still just 1% of the polls to come in, and the no side with about a 1 percentage point victory. That's roughly a spread of somewhere between 40 and 50,000 votes. Interesting to note that 1.8% of the ballots cast today were rejected for one reason or another. That's more than 85,000 ballots were not included in the count tonight, and that suggests, you know, and Jason, you weren't kidding earlier when you said there may be recounts in different places. A lot of ballots there to possibly to recount. Now, I'm told that we have on the other end of the line Ralph Klein, the Premier of Alberta, and he's speaking to reporters in Edmonton, I believe, or Calgary. Let's listen to what he has to say in Edmonton.
Economic benefits of political stability. And while Quebec's vote is a vote of confidence in Canada, it is also a vote for change. And Albertans desire this change as well. We need to end the overlap and duplication between governments. We need to become more efficient in delivering government services. We need to reduce the size of the federal government. And we need to do it on a national basis, with all of our partners working together. To the people of Alberta, I reaffirm our commitment to keep Alberta a strong and willing partner in Confederation. To the people of Quebec who voted no, we thank you for your confidence in our ability to make Canada work. And to the people of Quebec who voted yes, I say to you tonight, we have heard you, and we will work with you.
Mr. Premier, it's the guy behind the polls over here, Mark from QR.
Mark.
First of all, the polls have been showing that Westerners are basically fed up with all the constitutional wrangling that's been going on. I'm just wondering how you will represent those views and how difficult that may be.
Well, I'm quite sure that that you're hearing what I'm hearing. Yes, they are fed up with the constitutional wrangling. And what I've been saying all along, and what I will continue to say, is that when we work with Quebec or extend our hand to work with Quebec, we will talk about the administrative and political changes that can take place within the existing framework of federation. And I think that that can be achieved. Yes, there may be a time down the road, and I've said that before too, that there will be a time for constitutional talks. But I don't think that time is right now. What we need to do is to extend to Quebec the willingness of Albertans at least to say, look let's see how we can work together to achieve changes for our common benefit within the existing framework of federation.
All right, Ralph Klein talking to reporters in the Alberta legislature tonight. And Jason, we're going to hear this. There's almost an echo from the sounds from 1980 when you heard the premiers come on after the 60-40 no vote then, saying they're going to work with Quebecers who want changes. And clearly a lot of things happened right after the 1980 vote, led to all kinds of different things, as we know, on the road to constitutional change. But when you hear premiers like Ralph Klein, and we'll hear others throughout the evening, and we heard Roy Romano talk about working together for the changes they want, how common are the changes they want, and how do they fit in with what Quebec wants?
Well, that's the key, and it's the definition of change. And add Preston Manning to your list. Preston Manning and the Reform Party talk about change. Yes, the premiers and Preston Manning are interested in change. They're interested in decentralization. The federal government is interested at this point in decentralization. The problem is this. Change to the premiers and Preston Manning, it means the following, that every province is basically treated the same. Every province is treated as equal. And whatever changes are made in the Federation, every province will be affected in the same way. Now, the history of Quebec's demands is that Quebec be treated differently, that Quebec be treated specially. That's what the debate in 1990 in Meech Lake was all about, distinct society for Quebec. And this is the breakdown. It's not the question of change. Everybody wants change. Everybody has wanted change. It's a question of whether special change can be delivered to Quebec and whether the rest of the country and the political leadership in the rest of the country, whether they can accept that.
Well, we heard from the Premier of Alberta. Let's go a little further west now to Vancouver, where Terry Malewski has been sitting watching these results tonight with a number of Vancouverites in a coffee house in Vancouver. Terry, their thoughts now?
Peter, a lot of skepticism about this talk of mandate for change. Nobody here seems to be quite sure what that means. For example, we have here with us a West Vancouver real estate agent who has no idea what that means. Paul Isaacs, what do you think?
We need more equality in the provinces as it stands. I don't see how we can give Quebec any more than they already have. They already have so much power as it is that I just don't see how they can have any more.
Comments on that? Marianne McEwen, more power for Quebec. What does change mean for you?
If there's more power for Quebec, there should be more for all of us. Yeah.
So that's you'd agree with Preston Manning?
Yes, I would agree with Preston Manning.
Mason Lowe is a lawyer here who is the head of an operation called Success, which is a Chinese business association. A mandate for change, what does that mean to you?
I believe that it's status quo doesn't work because we have 50% of the population of a province that are not happy with what's the situation, and I'm relieved that we still have the country. And I think it's a challenge that we have to take up and to work something out for the country, something new. We have to work something out.
But how? Karen McMillan,
that's the big issue.
Financial planner.
That is the big issue. What can we do? What kind of concessions are we willing to make to Quebec? How does that keep the country together? How is the country going to go ahead and work with fiscal responsibility and some other issues that we have to deal with? We need some determination on what those things are.
Dave Minikillo, finally, a student at UBC. All of you here are Federalists. I don't see any joy in this victory.
Well, I don't really think it is a victory. Right now, there's some very hurt people in Quebec, and I think we should be sensitive to that.
All right,
how we be sensitive
Terry,
to
we
it,
got to
I'm
cut
not
you
sure
off.
about.
Sorry. Appreciate those thoughts. We got to go into the Yes Side headquarters, though, now in Montreal, where Lucien Bouchard has arrived. Clearly the hero of the Yes Side campaign. Turned it around for them midway. Edging up the stairs, heading towards the microphone. And Jason, your thoughts about what the future holds for Lucien Bouchard after the incredible pass, especially these last couple of weeks.
Let's not forget he'll be in his seat tomorrow in Ottawa. He'll be the leader of the opposition, and he'll be there.
This, by the way, is who will be facing across the street. Jean Chretien, the Prime Minister now, just leaving 24 Sussex Drive, heading down towards the Parliament buildings, where he will be making an address to the nation. So we see the Prime Minister having left his official residence a few minutes away from Parliament Hill. Lucien Bouchard takes the podium. Jason, briefly before he starts speaking.
Well, very briefly, let's not forget that he's the leader of the opposition, and the Bloc Québécois tactic since its election 2 years ago is to wear down the federal government, and that will continue.
Well, let's listen to it now. Yes Side headquarters, Lucien Bouchard.
Merci. 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 Merci beaucoup. D'abord, je veux saluer.
I'd like to start by saying hello to Mario Dumont.
Merci. Merci. Merci, mes amis. Merci. Merci, mes amis. Je suis, comme vous tous, déçu par le verdict de ce soir.
Like you all, I'm very disappointed by the verdict that we got this evening.
Bien des Québécoises et des Québécois
A lot of Quebec men and
qui
women
avaient mal guéri de l'échec de 80
who were not too satisfied with the failure of 1980
contre un retour d'espoir.
had some hope.
Ils s'étaient remis à croire
But,
à la
recently
résurgence
they'd
de la cause
started
souverainiste.
believing once again in the resurgence of the separatist cause.
Que ces jours derniers.
Never has the yes been so close to victory as it was today.
De la voir se dérober à l'instant même
To
où on
see
croyait la
it
saisir,
escape our grasp
cela fait mal.
is hard to bear.
Mais, chers amis,
But, dear friends,
reconnaissons que la démocratie
we
a
have to
parlé.
recognize that democracy has spoken.
La démocratie, il faut se le rappeler ce soir.
And we have to
La
remember
démocratie est le fondement de tout.
democracy is the foundation of everything. Since the very beginning, René Lévesque has based his struggle on the respect of values and the democratic rule.
Nous devons maintenant nous incliner.
As we did in 1980, we have to accept the will of the majority as it was expressed by our fellow citizens. Yes, whatever our sadness, our first duty is to behave as Democrats and to accept calmly and with dignity the decision of Quebec men and women. let's be proud of the democratic exercise that we've just had. The referendum showed the maturity, the discipline, and the deep attachment of Quebec men and women to democratic values. I will always remember these thousands of Quebec men and women who were so warm towards me over the past few weeks. I would like to greet the volunteers and the workers who gave the best of themselves, who were constantly dedicated to the sovereigntist cause. And I think that their fervor in keeping it going has given us hope for the future. I'd also like to thank Mr. Parizeau, our leader, and Mario Dumont, who is a wonderful member of my team. In these difficult times, the future is less clear than we would have wished. I think that we have to keep having confidence in our future. The no has won. However, the Canadian problem still remains. It's even exacerbated by the situation tonight. If the Federalists from Ottawa are not aware that the Federalist regime has never been as fragile as tonight, I think they haven't understood anything. More than ever, we will have to place reconciliation at the center of our concerns, and more than ever, we'll have to be vigilant given tonight's results. Solidarity is more than ever necessary. There are people in Ottawa who may believe tonight that they can do what they want, but they have to realize that they're wrong. Let's say it very clearly. Let's tell them that they have not uprooted the sovereigntist cause. I think that the feeling is still deep within the heart of Quebec men and women. Quite to the contrary, it's more alive than ever. The yes side has never been as strong. Let's keep the faith. Let's keep hoping, because the next time will be the right one. And that next time could come more quickly than we believe. Thank you.
Merci.
Lucien Bouchard speaking to the supporters of the yes side tonight after this very narrow loss to the no side in the Quebec referendum. A speech, Jason, that started very much on the statesmanship side, saying democracy has spoken, that it was so close, it was hard to bear for him, but that the sovereigntists must accept the will of Quebec voters. But then moving into the threats to Ottawa, you got to hear the message. Separatism is not dead, and the next time maybe quicker than you might think.
And Ottawa can't do it at once. And that could be a message to Ottawa that if you're going to move ahead with change, you have to bear in mind that the Quebec government is there watching vigilantly every move that you make along the way towards that change.
It's funny, you know, looking at the scene in the Yes Side headquarters, so close and yet so far numerically by the end of the evening. But you look at this, you try to compare it to what we saw in the Paul Sauvé Arena in 1980 after the Yes Side lost then in a big way, 60-40, and the emotion that was in that crowd that night. Today, listening attentively, clearly applauding their leader and the man who brought them so close, but not the same kind of sense of passion and emotion you saw 15 years ago.
Yes, but 15 years ago, René Lévesque summed it up saying he didn't know how and he didn't know when there'd be another opportunity. And Lucien Bouchard is so sure that it's just around the corner. And as you just said, Peter, he said that it could be sooner than anybody thinks.
All right, well, we saw the Prime Minister. You just saw Mario Dumont, who is one of the three leaders on the sovereignist side during this campaign. But you also saw in Ottawa the Prime Minister arriving on Parliament Hill. As Don Newman reported to us earlier, he is going to wait for Daniel Johnson to speak first. It'll be interesting to see where the speeches will come and in what order. Here's another helicopter shot in Montreal tonight. And let me get this, which corner are we looking at here?
I'm a Montrealer and I can't tell.
Okay, this is just outside the No headquarters in Montreal, where some of the crowd has spilled out onto the street. And we are told at this point in the evening, 11 o'clock, shortly after 11 in Montreal, that Montreal police have been called in to keep separate the two sides. The yes side and the no side. And I think if you look closely at that group of people in the bottom left or bottom right hand corner of your screen, you can tell a group of white helmeted police officers are separating that crowd from a crowd at the other end of the street, which are yes side supporters now. What that means at this point in the evening, we do not know, but the police have been saying all through Montreal in the last couple of days that they were going to be prepared for any eventuality on the evening. I think some memories harken back, Jason, to 1980 when the yes side lost. There were some difficulties in this city late that night when yes supporters marched into the heavily Anglophone area of Westmount, and there were problems that night, and police want to be ready for any particular problems that might come tonight. But that was one of the other things that Bouchard was talking about.
Just to put 1980 in perspective, it was really a small gang of punks who walked up to Westmount, threw some rocks, broke some windows, but it was not a very serious matter in 1980.
Well, appealing for calm, too, from Lucien Bouchard in the initial portion of his speech, calling on the yes supporters to realize this was a democratic process today, and extremely democratic when you look at the turnout. Incredible numbers, 93%, over 93% the final turnout tonight. 94% of Anglophone voters reporting to the polls today and voting, over 92% of Francophone voters voting today. It's an incredible turnout. Keep in mind, in context, national votes in this country usually somewhere around the 75% mark. Civic votes in this country rarely anywhere near 50%. National elections in the States, less than 50%. So you've really seen democracy in action, and Lucien Bouchard appealing to supporters on both sides, really, to remain calm. In the province of British Columbia tonight, the premier of that province is speaking to reporters. Let's listen in on what he said.
I'm quite sure of from the many, many letters that I've received and the conversations that I've had with British Columbians all around the province, and particularly by the way you reached out to your brothers and sisters in Quebec with real love and feeling during the last days of the campaign. That emotion, that caring, the feeling that we showed was, to me, the real highlight of this campaign, the feelings that we showed for this great country of Canada. Today's vote brings to a conclusion this stage of what has been a difficult and a trying time for all Canadians. There could be
all right, well, from Premier Mike Harcourt of British Columbia, we cut back to center stage at the Yes headquarters in Quebec. Jacques Parizeau, Premier of this province, the man who called the referendum vote for this day. Many people said he should never have called it, that they couldn't possibly win or even come close. Well, they came close. Debate how that campaign was structured and who was responsible for the significance of the yes side vote. But this was the man who called it, Jacques Parizeau, 65 years old, Premier of Quebec. Let's hear what he has to say.
Quebec.
début. Continuons le combat. Mes amis, il faut quand même que je commence.
I really do have to begin.
Mes amis, parlez d'amour. Non, c'est à tout. Laissez parler d'amour. Mes amis, c'est raté, mais pas de beaucoup.
Friends, it didn't work this time, but not by a great deal. And it was successful in one sense of the word.
Hey, si vous voulez, là, on va cesser de parler des francophones du Québec.
Look, let's stop talking about the French, the francophones of Quebec. Let's talk about us. 60% of us voted in favor.
Hey, on s'est bien battu.
And we fought a good battle. And we did manage to clearly show what we wanted. And we only failed by a tiny margin. Some 10 1,000s. And so what do? Well, you roll up your sleeves and you begin all over again.
J'aurais bien voulu que ça passe.
I would like for it to have gone through. I would really have loved, as you would, for it to go through. We were so close to having our own country. Well, it's just put off for a short while, not for a long time. Not for a long time.
On n'attendra pas.
We won't wait another 15 years this time. Oh, no.
C'est quand même beau ce qui s'est passé.
But what has happened is wonderful. In one meeting after the next, these people that were saying the future of their country wasn't all that important, but more and more of them were coming along and were saying, we want that country of our own. And we will get it. We will end up with our own country.
C'est vrai. C'est vrai.
It's true.
C'est vrai qu'on a été battu.
It is true that we have been defeated, but basically by what? By money and by the ethnic vote. Basically, that's it.
So
all it means is that in the next round, instead of us being 60 or 61% to vote in favor, we'll be 63 or 64%, and it'll go through.
But
at this point, my friends, in the coming months, there are people who were so afraid that the temptation to seek revenge is going to be great. And never will it be so important to have in Quebec that government of the Parti québécois to protect us until the next round.
L'indépendance du Québec.
The independence of Quebec remains the stuff that binds us. We want a country, and we shall have it.
Maintenant, mes amis,
and at this point, my friends, we're entering another stage in the next days and weeks, during which each and every one of us will want to place our fists on the table, not to mention anything else. But let us remain calm, my friends. Let us resist any provocation. As the Prime Minister of Canada was saying a few days ago, we're going to really have to work through this. Let us be calm, let us smile. So the next round is just around the corner, and we are going to have our country.
Là, j'ai pas l'ombre d'un doute.
There's no doubt in my mind that you younger people out there, in the immense majority, that you've voted in favor of a country. But now I'm talking to my old battle veterans, people who are my own age and who have been seeking a country for years and years. And I'm telling you, don't be discouraged. The young people are just starting in the struggle. They've just had a slight setback. They're going to be successful in the long run. But you, the veterans, remain in the battle, remain in the fray, because we need all of you.
Le Québec au Québec. Il va dans les jours qui viennent. In the next few days, people are going to speak out against us. People will say, oh, we don't know what we want. Oh, yes, look, it's just the way it always was. But it is not. It is not the way it always was. Don't forget that 3/5 of us, of those who we are, voted yes. It wasn't quite enough, but very soon it will be enough. Our country is within our grasp. Soyez calme, soyez souriant, même si c'est pas facile.
And smile, even if that doesn't come easily. And bear in mind that it's from this solidarity in our midst that is picking up speed and is expanding, the solidarity among generations and the solidarity among people from the right and the left, among people from the union movement and the small and medium-sized business sector, and the artists and the students, the union members and the bosses, the unemployed and those who have jobs. It's all together that in the immediate future, at least here in Quebec, we are not going to sacrifice ourselves in that movement towards the right that the rest of Canada is moving to. We will never sacrifice our country for that. We are going to demonstrate that we are able, even if we don't have a country as yet, that we are able to raise a French society that has a heart for hard work and that has its heart in the right place until, in the long run, until finally we will have our own revenge and that we shall earn our own country. Thank you, my friends, for being here tonight. May hope remain eternal, and long live Quebec.
Jacques Parizeau speaking to Yes supporters tonight after his side loses a squeaker to the no side in the Quebec referendum. Well, Jason, we described Lucien Bouchard's speech as a statesman-like one. That one would be hard to describe that way. Clearly, Mr. Parizeau hasn't given up and sees this as time to start rolling up your sleeves to start all over again, but it may be the other quotes from tonight, especially one like beaten by money and the ethnic vote.
And Mr. Parizeau also said at the beginning of his speech that 60% of us voted yes. The history of Quebec in many quarters over many years has been a story about us and them, and who is a Quebecer and who is not a Quebecer. And it's a great sensitivity in Quebec, and Quebecers have great difficulty talking about this and dealing with this because on the official level, Quebec politicians have always told the rest of the province that if you pay taxes in Quebec and if you live in Quebec, you're a Quebecer. But through the years, there have been instances when Quebec political leaders fall into 60% of us or the other, quote, money and ethnics. And again, here was Lucien Bouchard going out of his way to be very diplomatic, and he talked about reconciliation, and he talked about the obvious pain, but he talked about overcoming the pain. And it seemed that Premier Parizeau was trying to really say that, yes, us, 60% of the French-speaking majority in this province voted one way, and the ethnics and other people, English people, voted another way. And as I said, there are examples of this throughout Quebec history by Quebec's political leadership, and it's not easy for the rest of this province to accept in many instances if you're not part of that 60% majority. But that's the way it is in Quebec, and looking at it in Jacques Parizeau's point of view, that's what he sees tonight in the aftermath of a very bitter defeat and a very, very close defeat.
Well, let's hear what some of the yes and no side people who are with us in our studios tonight have to say about both those speeches. They are with Dennis Trudeau. Dennis?
Thank you, Peter. I don't know if you might put it in one term. Maybe Mr. Parizeau went out there this evening and snatched a moral defeat from the jaws of a moral victory. Alain Gagnon was supporting the yes, he was sitting here shaking his head at Mr. Parizeau's speech.
Yeah, I start with the positive. First, Mr. Bouchard has been a key person. He has spoken very freely with democracy and intelligently about the sovereigntist movement. But Mr. Parizeau has been pathetic. His words to me did not ring true. This is not how nationalists have envisioned Quebec. Nationalists have envisioned Quebec in a much more pluralistic way than that. And in terms of leadership, obviously here Mr. Parizeau is not leading the nationalist movement, I do know.
But there are two schools of nationalism in Quebec, are there not? One which is open and welcoming, and one which has been decried as rather closed-minded.
Yeah, but we had moved significantly since the 1980 in trying to be much more diversified in our approach, in being much more generous to each other, in recognizing each other. What Canadians do not recognize us as a nation, this had to be done in Quebec. This was not done in this speech. It is offensive. It is hurting Quebecers. And it is most unfortunate. And thank God Mr. Bouchard had saved at least the nationalist movement on the progressive side.
The political operative that is John Parizeau was telling us during the speech he was hitting all the wrong chords. How did that happen? How was he allowed up there to
Well, I don't know whether it's his advisors or whether he did it very much on his own, but I think tonight was a time, especially with such a close vote, it's a time for healing, and I think in many ways the contrast between Mr. Parizeau and Mr. Bouchard was incredible. Mr. Bouchard spoke of democracy, just like Mr. Levesque did after the 1980 defeat, and I do think he hit this a level of statesmanship that I think he deserves a lot of credit for. What Mr. Parizeau did tonight was an appeal to ethnic nationalism, which is really out of tune with the modern nationalism that has evolved. And José was shaking her head a lot, and I agreed with her that there are many schools of nationalism. There's just a closed and an open school. There are many variants of nationalism. But there's one nationalism that the modern sovereignists in the Parti Québécois absolutely dissociate themselves from, is the kind of vindictive, vicious, ethnic nationalism that this man appealed to tonight.
José Legault, how do you explain that? What do you say?
Well, I am in agreement with Alain on M. Bouchard's speech. Of course, to begin with, I think M. Bouchard sent out the message that the democratic process will continue, and that if you are neck and neck, the sovereignist movement will continue. I mean, if it gained 10 points in 15 years, it's absolutely democratic that it should not self-destruct.
Well, what good is Mr. Parizeau doing, though?
Every vote in Quebec is legitimate and every vote is equal. We will do all of the analysis. We will point out the fact that 50% of Francophones voted yes, which means that there's a big problem in Canada, which means that the ball is now in the federal government's court, and I'm not optimistic. I don't think there's going to be any change. But in the end, it doesn't matter who votes and how, you know, all the votes are legitimate and all the votes are equal, and that has to be said very, very clearly.
This was a scary speech. I'm still reacting to it. I've got goose pimples. And this comes from a man, I spoke earlier about the need for leadership, the need for statesmanship. This comes from a man who wanted to ask a different question originally. This comes from a man who knows that of those 50% nearly who voted oui, a very, very substantial percentage did not vote against Canada. And he stands up and points the finger at the allophones and the anglophones and says, it has been said what needed to be said.
We're going to have to, I believe that Prime Minister Chretien is probably going to go to speak pretty soon, so we're going to go back to Peter Mansbridge. Thanks, Eve.
All right. Thank you very much, Dennis. In fact, just before the Prime Minister speaks, we're expecting to hear from the leader, actually, of the No forces here in Quebec, which is the provincial Liberal leader, the former Premier, Daniel Johnson. He has arrived, we're told, at No Side headquarters, and there he is now, just entering the room, shaking a few hands. Walking into the room, it's unclear at this moment whether he heard the remarks of Mr. Parizeau. He certainly would have heard the remarks of Mr. Bouchard earlier. 100% of the polls reporting, in other words, all the votes cast now, all the votes cast and counted. 50.6% no, 49.4% yes, so just over a percentage point separating the two sides. So that is a difference of about 53,455 votes between the two sides. A very small gap, a little over 50,000 votes. But the tensions created, you heard them played out around the table with Dennis Trudeau from the Parizeau speech. Will be interesting to see now whether Daniel Johnson, what his message is, whether it is one of conciliation in a room full of clearly exhausted no-side workers who have been brought to the brink, many fearing in the past week that they were going to lose this. They came very close to losing it, but just edged out a victory, and they're in quite the celebratory mood inside this discotheque converted into a political headquarters for tonight. Terence McKenna is at No headquarters tonight watching this entry. I don't know, Terence, whether you can hear us, what you can tell us about the scene that we can't obviously tell for ourselves from those pictures. Can you hear us?
Yeah, Peter, I can hear you. Obviously, I'll say this room is still in shock from what Mr. Parizeau said. Obviously, a lot of supporters of the Quebec Liberal Party are ethnics, are immigrants to this country, are part of the allophone community, and they were absolutely shocked in here by what Mr. Parizeau said. And I certainly would expect, I think Mr. Johnson, Mr. Charest were watching Mr. Parizeau's speech upstairs, so I would expect that they would have something to say about it.
Well, we'll find that out in the next couple of moments. Mr. Johnson about to be introduced to the crowd at No Side headquarters, watching all this from Ottawa. The Prime Minister, he's expected to speak shortly after Daniel Johnson. It's expected to be a very short speech from Prime Minister Chretien, not in a partisan room like this one obviously is, but apparently he will be speaking from his office. So it is expected to be a short 3 or 4 minute speech from the Prime Minister. Daniel Johnson receiving the applause of the crowd at the No Side headquarters. An interesting campaign for him, Jason. Started off with a good lead. The lead evaporated. Differences within the No Side organization. A clear dispute between Daniel Johnson and Jean Chretien in the final week about how to pull this one out.
He forced the Prime Minister's hand in the last week of the campaign when on last Saturday, Daniel Johnson began talking about constitutional arrangements for Quebec and a new deal for Quebec. The Prime Minister was at the United Nations in New York for the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, and the Prime Minister was caught totally off guard. And the headline the following day, a week ago Sunday, in the French papers was, Chretien says no to Johnson.
Daniel Johnson being introduced there at the podium. We'll cut down as soon as he takes the stand. You also see Jean Charest and his wife just to Daniel Johnson's left there. Jean Charest, who was an important part of all this process for the No Side as well in the final days as they try to rally support across this province, and especially here in Montreal. Well, let's listen to what Daniel Johnson has to say to his supporters, to his province, and to the rest of the nation, live from Montreal.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour votre accueil. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your welcome, dear friends.
Chers Québécoises. Chers Québécois.
Dear Quebec men and women.
Ce soir, en ce moment important dans l'histoire
This
du Québec,
evening, at a crossroads in Quebec's history, I'd like to speak to all Quebecers.
dans un résultat d'autant plus serré que celui que nous avons connu ce soir.
In such a tight race as we experienced tonight, it's important, as I've already said, to assure the reconciliation of all our citizens with the democratic and legitimate results that we have seen tonight.
La décision, j'en suis sûr. Après 200 années
After 200 years of democratic life of an exemplary nature, I think the decision will be accepted as usual by all Quebec men and women with serenity and dignity, which is required by any democratic process of which we can continue to be proud.
Je ne peux m'empêcher.
I cannot help myself.
Mais je ne peux m'empêcher de penser
I cannot
à
help
ces
myself
centaines de milliers
in
de
thinking
nos
of those
concitoyennes et concitoyens qui ce
hundreds
soir
of citizens
sentent une
who
tristesse certaine.
feel a
une tristesse,
sadness,
une déception,
a disappointment.
bien évidente, car lorsque, comme nous, qui avons
Obviously,
décidé
like us,
avec
who have
conviction
decided with
poursuivre
conviction
le rêve
to
du Québec à
pursue
l'intérieur
the
du
dream
Canada.
of Quebec
On peut
within
comprendre.
Canada, we can understand.
On peut comprendre.
We can understand.
On peut comprendre. Et ce sont des moments que nous avons pu saisir
And
pendant la campagne et pendant la soirée.
I think those are moments that we understood
nous attendre
throughout the campaign
si notre
and
rêve
tonight
ne pouvait
the
continuer.
disappointment
Et ce soir,
that we might
nous
feel
allons
if our
voir
dream could not continue.
Nos concitoyennes et concitoyens,
And
dont
tonight,
ce soir, le rêve ne se réalise pas.
you know, there are
Et nous devons
many
porter
of our fellow
toute
citizens
notre attention
whose dream is
avec
not
ouverture,
continuing.
avec sensibilité,
And I think that we have to be
et en respectant
sensitive
leur choix.
to their choice and to respect it as well.
Il est évident que pour
It is obvious that for many of them,
malgré les progrès que nous avons connus
in
comme
spite
société,
of the progress
que les
that we have
échecs
made as a
des
society,
processus constitutionnels
that-
des nombreuses dernières années
and
ont
the-
dû peser lourd.
the
dans
many
leur choix.
failures in
Et je
our
leur
constitutional
dis, il ne faut
talks
pas
may have borne
abandonner
heavily on them,
espoir.
but I
Je
tell
leur
them
dis
you should
que nous
not
pouvons
give up
ensemble
hope. I'm
continuer
telling them
à
that
connaître les succès et les
together
progrès
we
qui
can
font
continue
le Québec d'aujourd'hui,
having
qui
successes and
préparent
making
le Québec
progress
de demain.
that will make Canada or Quebec today and the Quebec of tomorrow.
À vous tous, à vous, nos militants,
To all of
nos
you,
militants du camp du non et vous
our
tous,
workers
qui par centaines de
in
milliers,
the
avez reconduit
no camp
l'appartenance des
who
Québécoises et des Québécois au
have
Canada.
maintain the
nous avons tous
allegiance
travaillé
of Quebecers to
avec
Canada.
conviction pour
I'd like to tell you that
maintenir
we've all
ce rêve et
worked
cet
together
idéal que
with
nous
conviction to maintain
pour
the
faire en
dream
sorte
and
que
the
nous
ideal that we
puissions
have so that
reconduire vers les
we
générations qui nous suivent l'espoir que nous avons reçu, que
can
nous entendons faire fructifier
maintain
et
the hope
remettre
that we would
avec
like to
intérêt et en mieux à tous ceux qui nous suivent.
we'd like
C'est ce que
to
nous avons fait
maintain
pendant cette campagne.
the dream that we have and that we can pass it on to the next generation. This is what we have maintained throughout our campaign.
C'est ce que nous avons fait pendant cette
This is what we've
campagne
done throughout our campaign,
où le camp du non, encore une fois,
where the no
a
camp
manifesté
once
de
again
façon concrète
showed
cette
concretely
réticence des Québécoises et
the
des Québécois
reticence
à
of
tourner
Quebec
le dos
men and women to turn their back on the Canadian experience and to abandon what we've built with our neighbors,
malgré, comme je le disais tout à
in
l'heure,
spite
les complexités et les
of the
difficultés
complexities
que les
and the
agendas de
difficulties
modification
that the
constitutionnelle ont pu
agendas
signifier
of
depuis
constitutional
une
change
dizaine
has
d'années.
meant for
Et je pense
10
à
years now.
tous ces Québécoises
And I'm
et ces
thinking
Québécois
of all
partout au
the
Québec
Quebec
qui nous
men and women
regardent
throughout
actuellement,
Quebec that are
y
now
compris comme vous
watching
ici,
us
nos militants,
and who
dans la
have
ville de
understood,
Québec, qui nous
like you
écoutent et nous entendent.
activists here,
Nous pouvons être
who are
fiers
listening to us,
d'avoir
that we can
mené
be
une
proud
bataille
for having
légitime. Nous pouvons
fought
être fiers
legitimately.
d'avoir
We can be
mené une
proud
bataille
that
qui
we've
visait à faire en sorte que les
fought
Québécoises et les
to
Québécois
ensure
maintiennent
that
cette
Quebec men and
appartenance
women
qui est
maintain
pour
this
nous le meilleur gage de
belonging to
notre
Canada,
progrès
which
et de nos succès
is
dans
the
l'avenir.
best guarantee for our progress and success in the future.
C'est pour nous le meilleur gage de succès et de progrès pour tous les Québécois.
It's the best guarantee of success for all Quebecers. And throughout this campaign, we were able to rely on men and women
devant vous
who
témoigner
told you about their deep attachment to Quebec as well as to Canada. And I feel that I have to thank the both vice presidents of the No Camp, Madame Robillard and Lisa Frula.
Lisa. De deux porte-paroles du camp des Québécois et des Québécois pour le nom qui
there are two spokespersons for the No Camp who over the past few weeks have told us about their deep convictions as to what Quebec and Canada was, and especially what together with Canada, Quebec can be the Prime Minister of Canada, Jacques Chretien, and Mr. Jean Charest.
Et évidemment, depuis de nombreux mois,
and obviously, over the past few months, the leader of the steering committee or the organizing committee, who was involved in all the major decisions and all the public and private interventions, and who has brought us this result tonight, Lisette Bélanger. Michel Bélanger.
Et vous me permettrez, sur une base très personnelle,
and if you'll allow me to speak personally, I'd like to thank someone who's been supporting me in all my public life, my wife Suzanne.
Nous avions pendant cette campagne
during this campaign, we had formed a vast coalition which joined the Liberal Party of Quebec that is in the National Assembly. And we were involved in the debate on the referendum. This is a coalition that throughout the campaign managed to not only to reflect the echoes from the rest of Canada as to the changes that could be anticipated, but that also pointed out to Quebec men and women the deep desire for change of a vast majority of Quebec men and women.
Et notre responsabilité maintenant,
and our responsibility now,
notre responsabilité, la mienne, comme
our
celle de
responsibility, mine as is the case for spokespersons in the National Assembly and the House of Commons share this vision of Quebec within Canada. This responsibility that each and every one of you, the activists and sympathizers in the No Committee, those of you who with conviction and pride for what you felt and what we all feel as Quebecers and Canadians who voted no, you have that responsibility to broaden the coalition in favor of change on the basis of tonight's decision to ensure that we can continue to speak of the pride that we have, of the hope that we have, of the achievements that we may anticipate as Quebecers within Canada.
Parce que nous savons
because we know that we have spoken of change in the no camp. We have to point out all around us that things have to change, have to move ahead, that progress has to be made, and that we have to undertake with all our partners, whatever the numbers might be, we have to undertake the appropriate discussions over the next few months and next few years to improve Canada, to improve its operation so that it meets the needs of and concerns of the citizens of Quebec and Canada. And when we think of our partners from outside Quebec, I don't find any better image than the one we experienced last Friday.
Dans ce grand rassemblement, ici à Montréal,
in this large rally here in Montreal, where it was hard to determine where the Montrealers and Quebecers were and who the visitors from outside of Quebec were, because the emotions were so mixed together. I think that we experienced this mutual admiration and respect that we have for each other, and we undertook to continue working together to meet the major challenges that are facing us. You have to remember that 300,000 young English students are going to French schools freely. I think this is a sign of the uniqueness that Quebec represents within Canada. Quebecers have noted this real willingness for change and openness amongst our citizens. For 25 years now, change has been happening as in Quebec and in Canada. We know that within this system, we were able to find an honorable place, and I think that we can continue ensuring that Quebec has a place in Canada. But I think that we have to continue this evolution that is continuing every day, and we have to have the certainty, and we have that conviction, and we can caress the hope that there will be other changes that will occur in the next few months and years, constitutional or administrative changes, the changes within our institutions, the way the powers are exercised here in Canada. We should not exclude anything, and we have to review all facets of change, because we have a mandate to represent the desire for change that is felt by the vast majority of Quebec men and women.
And to our fellow citizens in the rest of Canada who are looking at this result this evening, let there be no mistake. While Quebecers may have, by a majority, rejected the option of separation, we also have, on the no side, talked about change and our pride as Quebecers and our pride as Canadians. And I can't think of a better example than this extraordinary rally that was held last Friday here in Montreal, when tens of thousands upon tens of thousands of Montrealers and Quebecers from all regions of Quebec were joined by several thousand Canadians from outside Quebec, where it was difficult to tell who were the homegrowns and who were the visitors, where the spirit of openness and cooperation really took its full meaning and became what we can build the future on. And while we as Quebecers have managed with other Canadians to fashion change over the last quarter century, even through difficult times in the constitutional agendas, that the amending of the Canadian Constitution did know its problems in the process that we had to go through. But there were changes, and we know there were changes. But in the future, based on that spirit of openness and cooperation that we have heard increasingly over the last several days and weeks, we can build on that to make sure that we also address problems of a constitutional nature, administrative nature, that we address the problems of our own institutions in Canada, and that we can look with favor upon changing the way the Federation works in order to meet the real needs and challenges of all Quebecers and all Canadians in the next few years. Je dirais donc en terminant.
So in closing, I would say that our work is beginning today, having again reasserted our belonging to Canada, and after the majority of Quebecers realize that they must convince their fellow citizens to buy into that dream of the development of Quebec within Canada, I am confident that with your help and with your pride and with your eagerness to work, that we are going to develop a larger coalition within Quebec, and that we'll be able to make changes with our partners so that what we have experienced over the past few weeks and months will become the launching pad for a new Quebec and for a new Canada, which together within the same system will ensure the future of the generations to come. Thank you for your support, and we'll be out there.
Quebec Liberal leader Daniel Johnson speaking to his supporters at the No Side headquarters here in Montreal. Two main themes to what was a rather lengthy talk from Daniel Johnson. He started off by saying, I want to talk to all Quebecers, a clear reference to Jacques Parizeau's hit on the ethnic voters of Quebec, who basically Jacques Parizeau blamed for the Yes side losing tonight. We are expecting, by the way, momentarily, Jean Chretien within the next 30 seconds speaking in Ottawa, and we'll be going to Ottawa as soon as that speech begins. Jason, some quick thoughts from you on what else Mr. Johnson had to say.
Well, he said at the very end of his speech that the no is a no about change. And we should remember that Jean Chretien had no intention of proposing change in this campaign, and he certainly didn't at the beginning of this campaign. And it was Daniel Johnson who forced it on the agenda. It was Jean Chretien who responded in the last week of the campaign. And here's Daniel Johnson saying tonight to the rest of the country, the no means change. And that's exactly what Pierre Trudeau said the night of the 1980 referendum, that the no was a no for change.
All right, we are going to check the streets of Montreal first before going to Ottawa. Mr. Chretien, we're told, is about to speak momentarily in Ottawa, but a chance to get out on the streets of Montreal where there is a certain degree of tension, certainly a lot of Montreal police on the streets. Heather Hiscox is also on the streets. Heather, what can you tell us about the scene out there right now?
Well, I can tell you, Peter, that police are trying very hard to keep this simmering situation, keep a lid on the tension that is building here. We're right outside the No headquarters on St. Catherine Street in Montreal, and what's happened is the Yes headquarters are just several blocks to my left, your right, and hundreds of people from the Yes headquarters have marched up here with their placards and their flags, they're chanting, and they formed a group over here, which you can probably see if we just swing the camera over in this direction. You can see the line of police officers. There are hundreds of local police officers, Montreal police in riot gear, very much keeping the We supporters away from the No headquarters and away from the No supporters who remain at this time inside their campaign office and their victory celebration. There's a chopper flying overhead keeping track of the patterns of the crowd, and so far things are quite calm, but there is indeed a simmering tension here.
Montreal police, Heather, have been putting out the word over the last couple of days that they were going to be in all the potential trouble spots, and clearly just from the scene around you, they are certainly out in force tonight.
In force. They will never release the exact number of officers who are on the scene in a situation like this, but you can see directly behind me there are reinforcement officers ready to be called in should things turn a little more violent, and there are dozens and dozens of officers on every portion of the street. Thank you.
All right, Heather, thanks very much, and we'll get back to Heather if there are more problems. Jacques Chretien in Ottawa, about to speak.
Mes chers compatriotes, dear fellow Canadians, je veux d'abord remercier tous ceux qui ont travaillé avec acharnement
I should like to thank those who worked so hard during this difficult campaign and with the future of our country at stake. In particular, I should like to thank Mr. Daniel Johnson for the exceptional work that he did in leading the Quebecers for the No. His quality of leadership, his integrity, and his determination were a source of constant inspiration for all those who followed him in this difficult campaign. Quebec and Canada owe him a great debt. I should also like to thank my colleague, Madame Lucien whose dynamism and energy once more asserted her reputation as a tireless worker, and also Mr. Jacques for the strength and conviction with which he participated in this great and difficult campaign. In a democracy, the people are always right. Tonight there is only one winner, and that is the people. This evening, more than ever, we have every reason to be proud of Canadian democracy.
There are not many countries in the world where citizens can debate peacefully, calmly, and without violence, the very existence of the country itself. Once again, we have shown the entire world our country's great values of tolerance, openness, and mutual respect. Nous arrivons. Les divisions ne sont jamais faciles.
Division is never easy, and division is never painless. But we can emerge all the stronger for them. To my fellow citizens of Quebec who were in support of the yes, let me tell you that I understand your deep desire for change. For the second time in 15 years, we have experienced a difficult campaign in an emotional atmosphere. We must now seek innovative solutions in order to avoid a similar existential crisis in the future. The time has come for reconciliation. The time has come to put aside what divides us. And to the government of Quebec, I say that the time has come for us to work together. Quebecers have spoken, and we must respect their verdict. The time has come to turn a new page. The population of Quebec wants us to work together. The population wants us to continue along the avenue of change together. This evening, I'm calling on the Premier of Quebec to join the efforts of his government to those of the Government of Canada so that we might together deal with the urgent and pressing needs of the citizens of Quebec. It is up to us in Ottawa, and it is up to Quebec to take our responsibilities in hand and meet their expectations. To the Premier of Quebec, I'm reaching out my hand to you. Let us work together for the well-being of our fellow citizens. This is all they're asking for.
Now direct their energy towards the immediate priorities of their citizens. As we all know, these priorities are the jobs and the economic growth needed to improve the well-being of our fellow citizens. The future of all Canadians is bound together by common values, where opportunity and the belief in a better tomorrow for ourselves and our children unites us all, where together we can look outward and face the world with confidence and pride. To all Canadians, I say that a majority of Quebecers have chosen Canada in part because of the incredible outpouring of good feelings and goodwill demonstrated over the last week. Ordinary Canadians inside Quebec and throughout Canada stood up and proved what this country is all about. Spontaneously, with great emotion, with great pride. Let us keep that spirit alive in the weeks, months, and years to come. We must remind ourselves of that spirit not only in times of crisis, but also in order to build our future together with mutual respect, generosity, and the ability to understand each other's different points of view. Aux Canadiens et Canadiennes qui ont manifesté leur attachement au Québec,
all Canadians who expressed their allegiance and attachment to Quebec, we've promised you that Canada will change. We've asked Quebecers not to drop Canada. We have heard you, Quebecers. It is up to you now not to forget them. Let us work together to bring about the necessary change to make sure that our country remains united. And in part, this includes the recognition of the distinct nature of Quebec society. This evening, Quebecers, the men and women of Quebec, have reconfirmed their values of everything that we have built together. As of tomorrow, we will have to continue to build our great country. Let us continue to contribute what it requires at the dawn of the 21st century. Let us continue to build this country, which is the envy of the world, and we have a lot of work to do. It is time for us to get back down to work.
Building the country that has made us the envy of the world. We have work to do. Let us get on with the job. Bonsoir et merci. Good night.
Jacques Chretien speaking live from his office on Parliament Hill in Ottawa tonight, and his message of about 5 minutes in duration, not in any partisan room like the other leaders tonight, but a very direct and an attempt to be personal, direct, one-on-one with viewers tonight. His message, democracy has spoken, that there clearly is a deep desire for change, not only in Quebec, but other parts of the country, and the time now is to get on with the job of trying to create the change that will make everyone happy. Jason, those remarks from the Prime Minister, general in nature, but an attempt to try to sound calm, given the results of tonight's vote.
He also said that he wanted to reach out to Jacques Parizeau, extend his hand to Jacques Parizeau, so the two of them could work together for the benefit of the citizens of Quebec. Now, Jacques Parizeau in his speech talked about the next referendum perhaps being sooner than anybody could imagine. And I guess that if you took Jean Chretien's speech and Jacques Parizeau's speech, it seems that there is a big distance between the two hands reaching each other and working together for the common benefit of Quebecers, as the Prime Minister would like to see it. Time will tell, of course, but clearly Jacques Parizeau's speech did not sound conciliatory in any way imaginable towards the federal government. And here is Jean Chretien trying to make that gesture towards Quebec. And Jacques Parizeau, his speech earlier, it just doesn't seem that Jacques Parizeau is interested in that kind of dialogue or that kind of working together at this point.
How do you see this story then playing out? You've watched both these men in your political career and how they've reacted to past votes, past defeats and victories, depending on which side was which. How is this going to play out?
Well, Jacques Parizeau is a man who's had this dream for so many years, and of all the sovereignists in Quebec, all the sovereignists know one thing, that Jacques Parizeau from the beginning has probably been one of the most committed, and certainly a sovereignist who believes in pure sovereignty, a man who was never afraid of saying, yes, I'm a sovereignist, yes, I think Quebec should have a Quebec dollar. And it's just hard to imagine that Jacques Parizeau would take this very, very close result, have the power of the government of Quebec behind him, and not continue to use it for his own ends, and obviously I said his ends, but a majority of the French-speaking people in this province, which is the result of tonight.
What's your sense, though, of Jacques Parizeau's long-term future? Many have said that if he couldn't win it this time, the referendum, and the law states they can't have another referendum until a future mandate, so there won't be another one in this term. Is he premier for the rest of this term? 65 years old, and the big referendum, he loses. Close, but he loses.
Well, there's no question that at the beginning of this campaign, he was seen to be possibly a very, very big loser, and there were many sovereignists who said that Lucien Bouchard would be a far better leader than Jacques Parizeau. There are many who may still say that. However, the results tonight would indicate that Jacques Parizeau, it doesn't look like anybody's going to force him out the door tomorrow or next week. It seems that he's done well enough to stay for a while anyway. And let's not forget that Lucien Bouchard, his career is far from ending. He has, in his mind, a very important job in Ottawa, leader of the opposition. He's there facing the Prime Minister every day. And let's not forget that so much of the sovereignist motive in this, and political motive, is to wear down the federal government, wear down the rest of the country. And Lucien Bouchard is very well placed to do that in Ottawa.
Well, perhaps the wild card for Jacques Parizeau's future may well be the other remarks he had tonight in terms of who he said cost the yes side the victory tonight, money and the ethnic vote, and how that will reverberate around in the sovereignist side immediately after the results of tonight became clear. Well, let's hear some more thoughts on that and what this all means to the future of not only Quebec but the rest of the country. Anna Gartner is with us with her panel. Anna.
Well, Peter, we listened very attentively to all the speeches, and I can tell you that no speech received the kind of a reaction around this table than the one from Premier Parizeau. Mr. Ray.
I thought it was the most disgraceful public speech that I've heard given by a premier of any province at any time in my lifetime. I've never seen a more disgraceful performance. It was demagoguery at its most awful. It was vicious. It was an attack on everybody of a different language or race than that of Mr. Parizeau. Perhaps alcohol may be an explanation. I can't find an explanation for what he would have said. I mean, I can't understand how anyone would get up at an evening like this when the stakes are so high for Canada, for Quebecers, and make that kind of an attack. It's just, I think it's appalling. I don't think the reaction of the commentators, if I may say so, sufficiently reflects the sense of fear and vulnerability that anyone listening to that speech would feel as a result of what he had to say.
And Mr. Tobin, you reacted the same way. You thought he was inciting violence.
Well, look, it's the night before Halloween, and I thought tonight he took off a mask and revealed a rather angry and divisive man. I think it's a credit to Lucien Bouchard that he spoke as a Democrat tonight. He called for calm. I thought that, frankly, I take my hat off to Lucien Bouchard. I understand now why he took over the leadership of this campaign. He acted as a statesman tonight, as did the Prime Minister, as did Daniel Johnson. But I have a young assistant with me who is from Montreal, whose family is in Montreal, and who, frankly, came to me in between the breaks in the program expressing fear about what would be incited by the kind of remarks that Jacques Parizeau made. I only say that I hope Mr. Parizeau will reconsider what he said and will understand that he's the premier of all Quebecers, those who voted yes, those who voted no, and his job, and all of our job now, is to try and bring about some reconciliation.
Well, given what you heard from Premier Parizeau when your leader extends his hand to the premier of the province of Quebec, how do you think that gesture will be taken?
I'm hoping that upon reflection, and perhaps after talking to advisors, we saw it tonight, and I think, again, it's a credit to people who are genuine Democrats. We saw tonight people who support the sovereignist cause, who were on another panel in this room, who disagreed with these remarks by Mr. Parizeau. I hope people will talk to him, and upon reflection, he'll take a different approach. Quebec needs it. Canada needs it. Not all those who participated openly and freely in this campaign deserve a different kind of approach than the one taken by Premier Parizeau.
What's your explanation, Mr. Harper? In this day and age, even if one thinks that, one doesn't usually say it out loud.
I don't know what the explanation is for that. I think he obviously exposed the very worst side of Quebec nationalism, but what we need to remember is that in spite of his demagoguery, we had Mr. Bouchard's statesmanship and the reality of this campaign. We should not forget, when we're discouraged by that 49.5% vote for the yes, is that it was Mr. Bouchard in the end who put that vote together, and it was not Mr. Parizeau. And I think we saw why tonight.
But he is the premier of the province, Monsieur Valcourt.
Yes, he is, and many Quebecers, I'm sure, just like many other Canadians, will want to look at the kind of nationalism we're talking about here. Mr. Bouchard is the man who referred to during the campaign to the low birth rate of the Quebec women for white francophones. I mean, when you hear Parizeau tonight with his comments, and you remember that other comment by Mr. Bouchard during the campaign, you start asking yourself, what is their real plan here in Quebec, the Parti Québécois? I think it's a good question.
See, the other thing is, I think one has to deal with this issue tonight. I think we have to call it, because I don't think I think that it's if what Mr. Parizeau said tonight is it's going to be another referendum, it's going to be a revolving door, and we're going to push and we're going to push and we're going to push. And not only that, but we're going to make those who voted against our position feel vulnerable and threatened within Quebec. We're going to tell them that, you know, they're not welcome here. This raises the stakes of the whole discussion to a level which is, it's frankly very hard to be civil. And I think that Mr. Parizeau has to reflect on that. I don't think we can carry on a civil dialogue such as the one proposed by Mr. Bouchard, the one proposed by Mr. Chretien, the one proposed by Mr. Johnson. We're all trying to find our way through this and out on the other side.
I think we have to be strong and clear in saying that Mr. Parizeau's comments are unacceptable, and I think it has to be noted that many people who belong to the sovereignist cause have said exactly the same thing. And let me just say, given that that is what's occurred tonight, it's important for all of us to understand that the vast majority of people who voted yes are feeling hurt tonight. They're feeling deeply disappointed. They pursued their democratic right to pursue their dream. I don't share their dream, but I have to respect their right to pursue it. And I respect and, quite frankly, appreciate the strong call for calm and for respect of democracy that Lucien Bouchard made tonight. I think we should embrace that, acknowledge it. We should condemn what we saw as the inappropriate remarks as Mr. Parizeau, but understand, I don't think he speaks for the whole cause, and I think there is a chance for reconciliation. We want peace and calm and order in the streets of Montreal and the streets of Quebec, and I think that's what we'll have if we listen to the more reasonable voices that are out there on both sides of this debate.
Gentlemen, thank you. Peter.
All right, Hannah, thank you very much. Obviously, there are two debates going to come out of tonight, and one is the result, and the other is Mr. Parizeau's remark in terms of the different kinds of Quebecers and how they voted tonight. I think it's important that we try to put some of this remark in some kind of context to these times. The past year, there have been more than a few remarks by prominent Quebecers on this very topic of how the vote might split and what may happen as a result of the majority of Francophones voting one way however, the overall vote going in favor of the no side. Let's just refresh our memory with some quotes, because that quote tonight of Mr. Parizeau's, we lost because of money and the ethnic vote, will ring. Marcel Moss, a former cabinet minister in the Mulroney government who has worked for the yes side in this campaign, said roughly 6 months ago, quote, "It will be a big clash 6 or 7 months after a no vote, when they will realize for the first time that since 1759 that the majority of Francophones have no control of their land. That will be a big shock." Robert Bourassa, in the past year, social peace could be threatened by this kind of linguistic divide. Jacques Parizeau was criticized for saying before last year's 1994 provincial election here that old stock Quebecers could win a referendum. And Mr. Parizeau had to fire one of his advisors, longtime sovereignist separatist leader Pierre Bourgault, earlier this year after he warned that a dangerous situation would ensue if Anglophones and ethnic voters held back the will of the Francophone majority. Jason.
Well, I can recall years ago in Quebec City, René Lévesque, who always prided himself as the great Democrat, and he used to say during the language debate in the 70s in Quebec that every Quebecer was equal and that if you lived in Quebec and if you paid taxes in Quebec, you were a Quebecer. And one day there was a news conference and he announced that there was to be a new president of Hydro-Quebec. And Mr. Lévesque said it was Robert Boyd. And then he went on to say, in spite of his name, Mr. Boyd is a Quebecer. Now, all the English reporters who heard this approached him afterward and said, you're the person who always says that a Quebecer is a Quebecer who lives here. Why do you say that Mr. Boyd is a Quebecer? Because he has an English name. And Mr. Lévesque, at the time, he knew that he had been caught, and his answer was a very sheepish, well, I didn't want anybody to think that we went to Ontario Hydro to hire a new president of Hydro-Quebec. It's an example of how this comes out. It comes out in the wrong way, in the wrong instances, but it happens. And there's a long series of it happening throughout Quebec history. And it's part of a French-speaking majority being on one side and allophone and anglophone Quebecers being on the other.
More thoughts, I'm sure, on this from the panel assembled by Dennis Trudeau. Dennis.
Thank you, Peter. Of course, Mr. Parizeau was having a hard time in the campaign. Lucien Bouchard came in given a lot of credit for getting the yes side to where it went, just under 50%. What has Mr. Parizeau done now with these comments to his own leadership? I wonder, José Legault, has he damaged himself and his position?
It depends. First of all, we mustn't.
What do you think?
But it depends if what he says. It depends on what he says tomorrow about his comments. I think it'll be important for the Premier of Quebec to come out and say very, very clearly that all the votes are equal and no one will be singled out. That'll be very, very important. That was the essence of the speech of Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Chretien. Everyone has to have that because it's very important. But to go back to Alain Gagnon's point, he made a very important point.
Let's not go back to Alain Gagnon's point because that's a long time ago. Let's hear what John Parizeau has to say about you. You say that Mr. Parizeau can come out and explain it away tomorrow?
Well, I think José's right in saying that he has to explain it, but he also has to apologize because I think his moral leadership is very much at stake at this particular part of the game. People said back in 1980 that Mr. Ryan sacrificed the premiership by the nature or the tone of the speech he made in 1980. Well, I say that the tone of the speech of Mr. Parizeau is certainly going to threaten his leadership. Now, it won't happen suddenly. I think there was a leadership convention during this campaign anyway when they moved him aside after the first week, but I think what's going to happen now is that there's going to be a movement by the more progressive forces within the sovereignist movement who come to realize that this is not the direction they want to go. I mean, I'm sure that they would prefer abandoning sovereignty than go into that kind of ethnic nationalism.
On this line, there's no doubt that Quebecers need a premier that will speak for all Quebecers. Last year, we had Daniel Johnson who said that he would not represent sovereigntists if he is to be the new premier of Quebec. Now we have this very gauche presentation by the Premier of Quebec. It is totally unacceptable.
Okay, but does his party ask for his leadership? Has asked for his resignation?
Well, there will be question obviously being asked to the Premier of Quebec because it is not acceptable that the Premier governs only for a part of the community. This is not what this province is about.
They've been governing like that for the last year, though, I must point out.
Yeah, I think the writing is on the wall in the same way that during the campaign, at one point, M. Parizeau was forced to step aside and allow Bouchard to take over. I believe that what we heard, what we witnessed this evening, the contrast between the statesman-like approach and discourse of Bouchard and Monsieur Parizeau is going to result in a changing of the guard.
We heard from one of his cabinet ministers, Louise Baudouin, who said next time we'll have to go and explain and can try and persuade more Anglophones or allophones. That's not what Mr. Parizeau said.
And that is the dominant position in the sovereignist movement, in all of the schools of thought in the nationalist movement as well, including the nationalist federalists. And that is the position of the cabinet members as well.
Yeah, but there is a leader. The leader is the Premier, and the Premier has taken the position that he took. He is going to have to, as John said earlier, apologize. I think it's absolutely essential.
I think we can applaud Mr. Bouchard's statesmanship, and I think nobody denies what Mr. Tobin said, and I agree with that 100%. But I think there is always a danger when you tailor your message to one particular segment of the community, and that in many ways was the success of the Yes campaign because it was very much tailored to the PEP francophone or the PEP Québécois and defined very much as francophone and white francophone. And I think that that's always a bit dangerous. But Mr. Bouchard has got the decency and he's got la retenue.
They have to fix this.
He's got la retenue to know when to stop and when to apologize. Mr. Parizeau has just shown otherwise.
Work to be done.
Okay, thank you, Alain Gagnon. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Dennis, thank you. A lot of people have stayed up very late tonight to catch the results of the Quebec referendum and to hear the speeches. And nobody has stayed up later than the people of Newfoundland. It's almost 2 a.m. there right now, and we're lucky enough to have joining us from St. John's, the Premier of Newfoundland, Clyde Wells. Premier Wells, appreciate you waiting so late to come on tonight to talk. I guess two reactions tonight. One is the personal one to the vote, and the other is the hardcore political reaction to what happens now. First, your personal reaction to a squeaker for the no side.
Well, I would say that I'm like most Canadians. I was quite relieved and quite pleased with the results of the vote tonight. In terms of my reaction as to what happens now, I think the rest of Canada has to live up to its obligation that it undertook with the people of Quebec to address the changes that are necessary to address the legitimate concerns that the people of Quebec do have.
How do you interpret what that obligation is and how far change should go to meet it?
Well, it's difficult, if not impossible, for me to define what the change ought to be standing here in front of a camera tonight. But I think it's very clear that the people of the rest of Canada gave a kind of undertaking to their fellow citizens in Quebec that they understood the need for change and that other Canadians as well wanted change. That was clearly indicated, and they were prepared to put in place processes to address those changes.
Well, you know there are two magic words in this province on the part of a lot of people here that they feel should be entrenched in the Constitution, and those words are distinct society. You heard the Prime Minister last week talk about the recognition of Quebec's distinct nature. He didn't go as far as saying it should be entrenched, but you know that for many people in this province, that is one of their major goals, one of their major ambitions. Has your position on this changed in any way? On this issue or any of the other key issues in Quebec's demands. Has it changed in any way since the Meech Lake debate?
Well, the Prime Minister and the other premiers of the country will have to address those issues in the days and weeks ahead. I don't think I should make things more complex tonight by standing here and declaring specifically a position or whether or not there's been a degree of change and what that degree might be. I don't think that will add to it. Let's wait until we see what process is put in place and address the issues at that time.
Okay, I can appreciate that, but what you are signaling tonight is that you are prepared, along with many of the other premiers, to sit down and start talking about change and trying to define just what that change is soon?
Yes, and I don't think it should be put off for a very long period of time. I think the people of Quebec can fairly expect the rest of Canada to start to address those changes in reasonably soon.
Premier Wells, do appreciate it. We know it's awfully late there in Newfoundland. Appreciate hearing your thoughts and your words tonight on the result in Quebec. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Clyde Wells joining us from Quebec City tonight. Let's go to Toronto quickly. Nancy Wilson is still with us, and she has some guests for their reaction to what we've seen unfold tonight. Nancy?
Absolutely, Peter. We've been watching the political protagonists offer up their speeches and assessments. John Polanyi, perhaps still the most striking moment was Jacques Parizeau's comments. What are your thoughts on that?
A striking moment for me was that the no vote won by a narrow margin, and we have a framework within which to build a future. And it isn't the future that Mr. Parizeau was hinting at, where we build a wall around one part of Canada, and then as soon as things go wrong, that wall becomes around the smaller part of Canada.
I heard you when Bob Ray was talking about disgraceful demagoguery, and you were saying yes. So obviously you didn't think he was overstating the fact that he went way too far.
Well, you know, one tries to be positive on a night like this. So let me say I was grateful to him for taking off the velvet gloves and explaining something, not really something personal to him, but something that's just involved in the situation of splitting off a part of a country which is devoted to tolerance and devoted to multiculturalism, and splitting off a part which is defined by language and culture, and then starts eventually to be defined more and more narrowly, and that's a very serious problem.
Veronica Janet, the fact that we have to some extent a resounding maybe and some provocative marks remarks by Jacques Parizeau, and some tentative agreement by Clyde Wells that, yes, we have to move forward in some form. Is this real grounds for optimism, do you think, for Canadians?
I do believe so. I think that was a tremendous relief hearing Premier Wells' remarks just now, because I think that what we are hearing in terms of this entire evening and the entire events in the past year is change is desperately needed. There are victories. Big victories, major victories. Look at the big picture of what's happened tonight. We have a country, we have Canada, and the Quebecois, the French Quebecers, have made a major victory because they have made us realize significantly and perhaps for the first time how deeply and profound their culture is necessary to them.
Okay, quick final word to you, Pierre Burton. You were white-knuckling it earlier. How
I hope we've learned something from the experience of Meech Lake, that intransigence has no presence in the kind of relationship we're going to try to get between Quebec and the rest of Canada. Listening to Mr. Parizeau's extraordinarily mean-spirited speech, divisive, racist, I thought, if this is the guy we have to deal with, Lord help the country. But we cannot have that nitpicking attitude of the people who oppose Meech Lake, because if Meech Lake had gone through, we would not be here tonight.
All right.
We can't have another one.
All right, I thank you for your thoughts. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Nancy, thank you very much. Well, it's time to get into the wrap-up mode on what has been an extremely exhaustive evening and a tension-rack one from the opening gun, so to speak, in terms of the votes coming in. Voter turnout, the 1980 Quebec referendum, 85.6%. The 1992 national referendum, 82.8%. The 1994 Quebec election last year, just under 82%. But look at that, the referendum here in the province of Quebec tonight, 93.5% of Quebecers turned out to vote. They exercised their right in this decision that, of course, affects their future and affects the future of Canada. The final results tonight, all polls having reported, 50.6% for no, 49.4% for yes, a difference of a little over 50,000 votes. It was that close. 50,000 votes, the difference roughly between the no side and the yes side, but it is a no side victory. Well, Jason, your thoughts as we wrap this one up tonight?
I have many. One is that so many headlines the last few weeks saying the pollsters are saying that it's too close to call. I think that we should pay attention to pollsters in the future. They were certainly right on this time. The federal government, it's a victory, but it's such a narrow victory. Jacques Chretien faces so many problems now. Above all is the fact that he and Finance Minister Paul Martin were sticking to that economic agenda. They felt it so important to bring the deficit down. They promised money markets around the world that Canada would deliver on that. And now you could see from Premier Wells, you could see from the other premiers we talked to tonight, nobody's saying we're going to forget about the economy, but they're saying that yes, we have to deal with Quebec, we have to deal with change, and that means the agenda is shifting.
All right, you mentioned the money markets. We can tell you that the early going on the Japanese markets tonight has the Canadian dollar up roughly a cent against the American dollar. Now, what's coming up right away? Well, in all of the country except in British Columbia, where it's still only 9:30, the National will be seen immediately following this broadcast on CBC News World. Coverage continues on this story. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of those, Jason, Wendy Mesley, Hannah Gartner, Dennis Trudeau, here in our studios at the Old Windsor Hotel for their help tonight in covering this remarkable story, a slice of Canadian history. The no side wins a squeaker. I'm Peter Mansbridge in Montreal. Good night for the now.
This broadcast was produced by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. On tomorrow's Washington Journal, more on the Quebec Referendum. We'll interview the U.S. Ambassador to Canada, James Blanchard, and update the results on today's vote.
What effect will C-SPAN programming have on my first presidential vote?
It's your answer that could be the winner in the C-SPAN 1